Good afternoon, all. So we were discussing Article 15. We have to talk about the exceptions to Article 15. Just a second. Just a second. Just a second. Okay, done. Okay. So we're talking about exceptions for Article 15. So what are the exceptions for Article 15? It is children and women. Children, if the government does for the benefit of the children and women, we cannot say Article 14 is violated. Is my audio is clear, Murali? Audio is clear? Is there any disturbance? Clear. Thank you. Okay. So already we have seen that those who are socially and educationally backward, okay, those who are socially and educationally backward, they are also exempted. And economically weaker section, okay, we saw that last year we made an amendment, and economically weaker section also can be given special benefits. Now you may be asking, sir, what is the difference between second and third provision? Second provision is generic. It says that in providing any services, any special privileges, the government can do it for socially and educationally backward. While the third point is specifically related to higher education, because in 2005, the UPA government gave reservation in IIMs and IITs. So there was a large scale protest that the seats available for the open category is reduced because of reservation. Okay, then the question also came, how long you're going to give reservation? A very positive question, because there must be some limit, right? We cannot, for example, PhD seats are there, doctorate seats are, should we give reservation there also? So question they asked, where you are going to draw a line, telling that you will be having reservation till this. Okay, so to clarify, the parliament made an amendment and added that until higher education, reservation shall be given. And if need be, even in private education institution, reservation can be given. Okay, if need is there, reservation shall be given in the private education institutions also. So far, reservation in education is given only for government schools and colleges. Okay, private schools, reservation is not done. But there is one reservation under RTA Act, those who are economically backward. 25% of the seats should be reserved in every private school for economically backward. Okay. 25% has to be reserved for them. Okay. Any doubts here? Next is Article 15, Class 2. There shall be no difficulty, liability, or restriction in gaining access to shops, restaurants, hotel, places of public resort. And Section B says roads, tanks, wells, bath carts, place of public resort. Okay, so make note of it. I'll discuss Firstly, there shall be no difficulty, liability, or restriction in gaining access to. Section A says that shops, restaurants, hotels, and places of public resort, roads, tanks, wells, bath guards, and places of public resort. These two. Now, you have to read it along with Article 17, abolition of untouchability. Usually in rural area, scheduled caste people will not be allowed to use the common road. They cannot go to the shops where the higher caste is going. Okay, they cannot sit in a place where it is designated for the higher caste. Even drinking water, facilities will be separate. The scheduled caste will not be allowed to take water and drink from the main place. Okay, so that is why Article 15, Class 2 says that shops, restaurants, hotel, and places of public resort, in all cases, nobody shall deny access to anyone. It should be open to all. Now, why there are two classes, Article 15 Class 1, 15 Class 2. Article 15 Class 1 is applicable against a state government only, whereas Article 15 Class 2 is available against a private individual also. Because usually shops, restaurants, hotels will be owned by private people, not the government. Okay, so this Article Class 2, Article 15 Class 2 is available against private individual also. Okay, in NCRT making of Indian Constitution, if you read, there is a cartoon, okay, telling that there would be a restaurant and they say Indians and dogs are not allowed entry. Okay, so based on race also during the British time, entry into restaurant shops was denied. And what do we mean by this place of public resort? Okay, our MPs and MLAs have changed the meaning for resort. Okay, so whenever there is a hung legislature, they will take all MLAs or MPs to the resort. Okay, treat them well there so that they are not bought by other party. But the word resort means where people go and gather publicly. A public resort is all those places where people gather publicly. A museum is a resort, public resort. A park is a public resort. A cultural festival is an exhibition is a public resort. Cinema, theater is a public resort. Okay, so all these things will come under. Wherever people gather in public as a public is called as place of public resort. That gathering may be initiated by private sector, but that is not a problem at all. We can easily say that nobody should be denied entry. All of them should be given access entry. Now, in one of the classes, a person asked me, "Sir, I'm going to the theater. In the theater, they're not allowing me inside. Cannot during Corona, before Corona." Okay. I asked, "What happened to you? Why didn't they give access?" Okay. According to Article 15.2, everybody should be given access. He told, "Sir, I did not buy the ticket." Economy can be the criteria to deny entry. Economy can be the criteria to deny entry or allow entry or give preference in entry. Likewise, the other person was asking, "Sir, in our college and all, if you are not coming with appropriate dress code, they will not allow inside the college. Is it unconstitutional?" No, it's not unconstitutional, because here they've said you cannot be denied entry only on the basis of race, religion, caste, sex, and place of birth. Only on the basis of race, religion, caste, sex, and place of birth. Other criteria can be used to deny entry for you. Age-wise, in certain places, they'll say pubs. Okay, those people who are less than 21 years will not be allowed entry. Okay, those who are not wearing shoes will not be allowed entry. So that kind of restrictions and all is applicable. If you are denied entry based on race, religion, caste, sex, and place of birth, it is a violation of fundamental right. You can go to the court of law. Okay. And remember, this is applicable in all cases. Article 15, class 2, class A is applicable in all cases. They are separating two sections, section A and section B, because section A is applicable in all cases. Section B is applicable under only two conditions. Okay, so what is section B? Roads, tanks, wells, bath guards, and places of public resort. There also you cannot deny permission. Okay, it is applicable against private individual also, provided it is publicly funded and declared as a public utility. I'll explain. Just imagine that you are digging a bore well in your home. Water comes out of it. Now, who will decide who and all should have access to that water? Who should decide? You, because you have spent money and you have dug the well. So you can decide who can have access, who cannot have access. But if government constructs a well or government constructs a road, okay, you should not be denying access to anybody. One cannot deny access, okay, if it is government funded. Okay. Sometimes roads also, supposing you have a big estate, and from the building to the gate, you are building a private road. Okay, within your house premises, you are building a road. Whether it is all right to do that, of course, okay, you can build it. And can you deny access to somebody else? Yes, definitely. Not a problem. But if the government has funded and created the road, you cannot deny access. Let us assume another scenario. Supposing you have constructed the well, so you are only using it. You are deciding that nobody shall have access. You only having exclusive access to it. Suddenly there is a water scarcity in your area. Government finds that only your well is having water. Okay. Now the government can declare your well, even though privately funded, privately spent and created well, government can declare the well is a public utility. When the government declares the public utility, you should allow everybody to take water from that well. You should give access. Last year there was water crisis in Chennai. Serious water crisis in Chennai. Now there were private quarries, stone quarries. Okay, their water has been filled, stored there. Okay, now the government declared these water in the stone quarries are of public utility, so they took water from there and distributed to the entire city. So you can use your own road, tank, well, bath guard, etc. Not a problem. But when it is public funded or declared as public utility, you should throw open all of them to access for all of them, all sections. You cannot deny it. Now, what is a bath guard? Usually you will be asking questions, sir, what is the bath guard? It is the place where people take bath in rural area. Okay, there will be separate ponds, okay, which is there where people can take bath. Okay, so even in that, you should give access to all. Yes, Sri Lakshmi, you can unmute and speak.
So, yeah, thank you, sir. So, in case if one of the privately funded, maybe well or whatever it is, if it's declared as a public utility, is the government bound to pay us some compensation or something? For example, for expansion of road, they do take private properties as well, right? The land and all of privately owned places. So are they bound to pay compensate for that?
No, government need not pay. That is a relevant question. What has been asked is, when government declares a well or a tank, okay, of an individual for public purpose, whether there will be any compensation. It is up to the government. Okay. The government may give, may not give. But usually, government will make a deal, okay, to encourage the person to give. But if government does not have money, very serious situation. Government declares the public utility, you have to allow. No, for your understanding, I told this example of well. Usually government will not come to the private houses because You cannot drag that much of water from well. That is why I gave the example of stone quarries. Now there is one more actual problem which I'll explain, then you'll understand clearly. And now what happened is there were a lot of laws which allowed entry of Dalits scheduled caste inside the temple. Okay. Now what happened is caste Hindus, they did not like this. So they constructed their own temple with their own money and declared that no, we have done it in our own money. So we will not allow the Dalits inside our temple. This is where this provision is coming. Okay, so a temple will be considered as a place of public resort, and government will declare it as a public utility. When that temple is declared as a public utility, you should give access to all. Okay.
So in that case, sorry, sir. So in that case, can we connect it as the removal of Article 31 on the basis of?
Yeah, that is for property. This is temporary takeover. And you are declaring it for public property because public is accessing to it. Whereas in case of their property is completely acquired, permanently acquired. We will discuss Article 31 also will be discussed. There we get clarity. Now here, yeah, good. Here, supposing you are having a puja room at your home, okay, or you are having a small place of worship, okay, for your family. You have privately funded and created that. No, you need not give access to anybody. You can say that it is my private home. No, government also will not declare it as a public utility. But you are building a temple for public, but you are saying only one caste should be going to it. We do not agree with it. Okay. Now, in previous class, Thursday, okay, one person asked, sir, we have this concept of Kula Deva. Okay, so only people belonging to that caste will go to the Kula Deva temple. Yeah, true. Now the problem is when there is a common temple and when Dalits are specifically said you don't come, no. I told no the yesterday's example, preference is different from discrimination. So Kuladeva temple are preferences. Definitely scheduled caste or other caste people will not want to visit the Kuladeva temple of one particular caste. Okay, so there is no question. But when it comes to Hindu temples only, there is a demand from the scheduled caste also to enter, and there is a specific no telling that you people should not be entering. That is why Article 15(2) class 2 B says that if entity is declared as for public purpose, we will allow. Yeah, Kishore, please, you can speak.
Yes, sir. Regarding this, I have a doubt. Okay, I went to Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple several times. Okay, when you are entering into the Garbhagriha, there will be boards such as the other religions are not allowed inside that Garbhagriha region, or you cannot even see the goddess Meenakshi. Yeah, by the time it is violation of 15.2, no? Or how the government is taking it, sir?
Okay, I'll explain that. The question asked by Kishore is in certain temples, okay, specifically Meenakshi Amman temple, there is a board saying that people belonging to other religion should not be entering. Whether it is constitutional or unconstitutional, because temple is a place where everybody shall have access. But remember, okay, temple can be accessible by people belonging to Hindu religion alone. Within religion, it is a public place. Temple is a public place for Hindus. Church is a public place for Christians. Mosque is a public place for Muslims. But a Hindu cannot go and ask a church and a mosque as a public place. Or a Christian and Muslim cannot go to a temple and say this is a public place. For them, they should think that it is a private place of Hindu. The court also has clarified this. Okay, so within religion, you should give access to all sections of the society. But you can deny other religious people from entering into a place of worship. So because for other religious people, legally it is considered to be a private place of other religion.
Thank you, sir. Got it. Sir, here also on Puri writers. Sorry, okay, if I am following a Hindu, sorry, if I am following a Muslim, I just want to pray the God of Hindu temple, okay, such as Meenakshi Amman temple, I want to go. But my entry got restricted due to this violation. By the time, can I go and appeal at a court?
Are saying that supposing there is a place of worship, the place of worship denies that people from other religion should not enter. And what if the person is entering in the temple? You're saying, can I go to the court of law, right?
Yeah, exactly.
yes, the authorities can go to the court of law, because Article 26 says that the temple authorities can, manage their religious affairs. And this act of people entering into other religious place of worship without permission, when there is deliberate no, and you are still entering, it is like hurting the sentiments of that religion. You could be booked under that law.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Many religions, see, you must know that many churches do not stop people from, other religion from entering into the church. But while offering some prasad like thing, they say it will be given only to their people, not others. They are right. Okay. Likewise, not all Hindu temples, only some Hindu temples. For example, in my own Nilgiris district, there is a temple, okay, near the market. That is the main temple, okay, of the town, very famous. Okay, every year there will be car festival. Okay, so in that car festival, every day, every religious group, because Udi is known for religious harmony. So one day Christians, one day Jains, one day Muslims. Okay, so they will help the car to move. They will pull the car. Okay, the religious thing. In that case, the temple there allows the entry of other religious people into that. There is no specific ban. So in that case, you are not hurting the sentiment of others because it's accepted. Jumma Masjid, usually mosque you cannot enter, but Jumma Masjid in Delhi is a historical monument. So apart from their prayer time, namaz time, you can enter into Jumma Masjid to visit the mosque. Okay, you can go sit there, come. Okay, not a problem. Okay, dargahs also. Okay, people belonging to any religion can visit it. For example, Nagapattinam, Nagaur district, there is a dargah. People from all religion meet there. Okay, Hindus, Christians, okay, or other religious people also has visited the dargah. Okay, fine. So the point is, if there is a specific ban, the religion has said there is a place of worship saying people from other religion is not allowed. Like that, if they're mentioning, other religious people should obey, should accept that religious sentiment. If wantonly you breach, it is like hurting the sentiment of others. Done. Okay. Done. Now you may asking, sir, where is the word temple in this section A, section B? Court has interpreted it will come under B. Under place of public resort, no? B. Temple will come. Now in case of shops, restaurants, hotels also, why there is adding this word place of public resort? Because our people are very smart. They will cite the constitution and say, okay, only shops, restaurants, hotels, I cannot deny the entry of Dalits or scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. Why can't we? They are asking this question. Why can't we do this? Change the name of the shop, like bazaar, or change the name like supermarket, and then go and argue that this is not a shop, not a hotel, not a restaurant. So I will discriminate. I will deny people. Our people are very smart. They'll do it. Okay, they'll go by the word of the constitution. So that is why the extra word is given, place of public resort. So court will come and say, no, this also is place of public resort only. You cannot discriminate. Okay, so in order to ensure there is no loophole, okay, they have covered it with the word place of public resort. So temple also will come under the place of public resort. That's all. Okay. So Article 15, Class 2 is over. Next, Article 16. Before that, there is a question. I'll take the question. Okay, since your batch strength is less, I think it is manageable.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. My doubt is regarding this Article 15. There should be no discrimination, right, sir? Does the sex indicate transgender also or no?
2 years before the court has interfered, the word sex includes transgender also.
And one more doubt, sir, regarding this physically challenged, discrimination against them is not mentioned, no, sir? Or
yeah, it's a very good question. Okay, Shivapriya has raised a very important question, sir. Disability, the word is not there. We're talking about race, religion, caste, section, place of birth only. Because at the time of writing the constitution, the society was conscious about these discriminations only. Okay, so the discrimination faced by transgender, discrimination faced by the disabled person and all, they did not assess. See, now discrimination based on old age is also being done. Discrimination based on rural area is being done. Okay, so there are many such social discriminations are there, but these five were prominent one and recurring one in Indian polity, so they added those words. Now, even without adding disability, we are providing disability persons with lot of benefits and all. Okay, so there is an act, rights of persons with disability. We have given legal rights. Now, tomorrow, if the government keeps on violating the rights of fundamental rights, for example, many times when physically challenged people, when the physically challenged people is getting government job, the government sometimes delay in giving the government job. Okay, I know a person who cleared Indian Defense Account Service. She worked for 2-3 years and after that resigned. The reason for resignation is again and again being discriminated within the office, telling that you are not able to move, you are a disabled person because of government giving all these provisions. We are disturbed, we are not able to perform things like that. Continuous harassment. So better, she thought, we leave and do something else. Okay. So now Article 16 it talks about equal access to public employment. I got the answer, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
It says, Article 16 says, there shall be no discrimination in gaining access to public employment only on the basis of race, religion, caste, sex, place of birth, and then descent and residence. Why I have given descent and residence in red is because that is the difference between Article 15 and 16. In Article 15, 16, descent and residence is not given. But in Article 16, it is given. Which means, I'll explain. See, before coming to descent and resident, I have to say another difference. Article 15 is generic in nature, general in nature, whereas Article 16 is specific in nature. Article 15 is generic in nature. Article 16 is specific in nature. What is the meaning? When government provides services, it provides multiple services. It provides education services. It gives road, electricity, public transport, okay, certificates, okay, registration, maintaining the contracts. So much of services the government is providing. So when government is providing any service, it should not be discriminating people based on race, religion, caste, sex, and place of birth. That's all. But Article 16 is specific. It talks about only one sector, that is public employment. So while giving public employment, there should be no discrimination. There should be no discrimination. Okay. Okay. So let me conclude this discussion. Then I'll take question, Magesh. Please wait. I'll finish Article 16. Okay. So the meaning is descent cannot be used as a criteria for employment, but descent can be a criteria for denying other things other than employment. For example, when we saw Citizenship Act, you won't be granted Indian citizenship if your father is or your mother is an illegal migrant. So based on descent of an illegal migrant, you are being denied citizenship. But government job will not be denied. If you're a citizen of India, you're eligible to the job. Likewise, residence should not be a criteria for giving job. But residence can be a criteria for providing other provisions. For example, recently in the Corona times, the residents of Tamil Nadu, residents of respective states were given ration items. Okay, to manage their family, they were given food and other things. But migrant workers was denied the ration services first because they are not residents. So based on residence, you may not be giving their ration. Sometimes it is necessary to be residents of a state in order to get preference in the state colleges. Okay. So in all other spheres, residence can be a criteria to deny employment or give employment. Sorry, residence can be a criteria for providing other services or restraining other services. But in case of public employment, residence normally cannot be the criteria for giving the employment. Now you may ask, sir, Sonia Gandhi, what about her? Okay, her doctrine of, I'll explain. In 2004, when she was voted to power, people wanted her to become the prime minister, but she was not able to become the prime minister. So according to Indian law, whether based on descent we can deny public office? No. So that is what Article 16 says, that public office cannot be denied based on descent. Then how come she did not take up to the prime minister's post? Okay, that's because of doctrine of reciprocity. What is this? Supposing an Indian becomes Italian citizen through naturalization process, that person cannot take public office in Italy. So when Italy is not doing it for India, India will not do it for Italy. That is what reciprocity. Reciprocal means you do something because they have done something to you. Okay, you will give something because you have received something from the others. Okay, the other word of reciprocity is quid pro quo. So giving and taking. Okay, so that is called as doctrine of reciprocity. Okay. And in citizenship chapter, we were talking about dual citizen. No? Now, USA allows for dual citizen for Israel, because Israel also will allow dual citizenship for US citizens. What if today Israel is saying that we will not give dual citizenship for people coming from USA? Israel, then USA will also cut the citizenship for Israel people. Okay, so that is what we call it as doctrine of reciprocity. Fine. Exemptions to Article 16. Now this, if you directly take note, you will not understand. So as and when I discuss, okay, you can take note. So those PPTs, which is very direct points, I will ask you to take note directly. But this and all, you will be confused why I've written something there. Okay, so better to listen and parallelly copy down. Okay, so religious office. What is a religious office? Many states take care of the temples. So to take care of the temple, they'll be having a department. In Tamil Nadu, it is called as HRCE department, Hindu Religious and Charitable Endowment Department. Recently, I think in Rameshwaram, some place, day before yesterday, the jewels kept in the temple, weight has been reduced. If the weight of the temple jewel is reduced, we know what would have happened. So now the temple authorities are asked what happened. The temple authorities are saying, sir, we are using this jewel repeatedly. Every day morning we have to put it and then you have to take. So depreciation has occurred. Okay. And they are saying that all the gold that is lost is because of depreciation. And gold is known for its durability. Science students will know that is why value is more. Okay, gold, that is why if you want to convert gold into jewelry, you should add some copper to it, some percentage. Okay, so if you are not adding that another metal with it, you are not able to do that. Okay, so that is ductility is there. Okay, it can be made ductile, but it's very strong. Okay, fine. Now, I will come to that point, that example, when we come to management of religious affairs, to tell you, what is the loophole in the Indian constitution, those things. So right now we will come back here. Hindu Religious and Charitable Endowment Department in Tamil Nadu, Devasthanam in Tirupati or Andhra Pradesh, Devaswam boards in Kerala. Okay. Okay. Okay, fine. Now this is about the religious office. Now in HRC department, who can be appointed? Only Hindu can be appointed. Now a Christian and Muslim cannot say that there is equal opportunity for employment. So we also should be appointed there. No. Okay. Then Waqf board. Waqf board is belonging to Muslims. Muslims have a habit of giving some portion of their property to community. Remaining only they'll share it with their sons and daughters. And such property is called as Waqf property. Now to manage this Waqf property, you have boards, Sunni Waqf board and Shia Waqf board. In Ram Mandir temple case, they were one of the litigants. Okay, because they were taking care of the mosque land. Okay, common property. Now Waqf board is established by the parliament. Even though it is established by parliament, the members of the board will be definitely from Muslims, and that too from respective sects. Okay, they'll be from the respective sect. Like depends on if it is a Sunni Waqf board, only Sunni Muslims will be there. If it is Shia Waqf board, Shias will be there. Okay. Next is residence also can be a criteria. What do you mean by residence? Just now we saw residence cannot be a criteria to deny employment or give employment. Now we are saying that residence can be a criteria, which means normally residence should not be the criteria for giving government job, but extraordinary cases, residence can be used as a criteria. There are two states, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, where residence is a criteria for providing employment. Then in Karnataka region, there is a region called as Kalyan Karnataka. Okay, or it was called as Karnataka Hyderabad region. Okay, so in that particular place, jobs are reserved based on residence in that place. You have to be a local resident in order to get certain government job. Okay, now important point you must remember for prelims examination is any such law which provides for reservation based on residence. I'll repeat, any law which provides for reservation based on residence must be created by parliament. Must be created by parliament, not the state legislative assembly. Now, if you allow the state legislative assembly to enact a law, every state will enact a law and give its residents reservation. So that should not happen. Residence should be used as a criteria for reservation only in genuine cases. So parliament will consider and implement it. Okay, now in political democracy, okay, why I wrote this is the government services is generally demarcated like this only: Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. In many states as well as in the center. Now, as per the concept of political democracy, we saw what is political democracy. Everybody should be given equal chances, equal representation, and nobody can be denied the permission to take part in the government process, take part in the political process. So when government is conducting the examination for government job, it should not restrict people based on residence. If they're saying that, based on residence, you will be denied job, what will happen? Political democracy will be affected. See, that is why if you want, you can write Kerala Public Service Commission examination, Karnataka Public Service Commission examination. Okay, and this one also, Karnataka's Public Service Commission. Okay, so various service commissions we can write, but we must know the language, because Article 16 says that you shall not be discriminated only on the basis of race, religion, caste, sex, place of birth, descent, and residence. Language is not the criteria mentioned, so you can use the language, okay, in order to provide special benefits. We can say that if you want to become a civil servant in Karnataka, you must know Kannada. If you want to become a civil servant in Tamil Nadu, you must know Tamil. Like that, language can be mentioned as a criteria. Excuse me. Now, what is Group A and Group B services? Group A and Group B services are called as gazetted officers, gazetted posts. Meaning your name will appear in the government magazine. Gazette is a government magazine. Your name will appear there. When the government puts a name of any individual, the government declares that from that day onwards, you have the authority to take decisions in whichever post you are given. So you have the authority to take decisions. Group C, D, and the lower level jobs and all, no authority to take decision. They cannot take decision. Okay. So now the point is, whenever residence is used as a criteria for reservation, you can give it only for Group C, Group D, and below posts. Group A and Group B will be still open. For example, Andhra Pradesh, no? Group A, Group B is open for all. Okay, Group A and Group B is open for all. Group C and D only can be reserved for the local residents. So what you're doing, you are ensuring the political democracy, because Group A and Group B is decision making post. So there you are not making residence as a criteria. You are giving a reservation for local residents only in Group and C, who are non-decision making authority. So you are not damaging the political democracy. Without that, you are providing reservation based on residence. Okay. Then socially and educationally backward section and economically weaker section. The last 2 points, no? So these two are the points based on which reservation is there in government jobs. Reservation in government jobs. Okay, done. Okay, so now I will have to explain the case related to reservation, but before that I will take question from 34875. It's been waiting for a long time. Yes, 34875.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sir, this Article 16, you said it is related to public employment. So, for example, what in the case of private employment, like for example, big tech companies, like I'm also attending many placement-related companies test, like TCS and Cognizant. For example, if Cognizant or TCS put a restriction that only these particular caste or this particular religion, they alone are allowed to enter into the placement process, means. Will the government or the court will come into the picture?
Won't be amounting to fundamental right violation. There are many institutions which give recruitment only to their caste people.
Okay.
Only to their religious people. And you need not mention it outside.
Sir, can't get you. I can't hear you.
What I'm saying is, you need not mention, supposing Cognizant thinks, okay, that this particular group they should not give. Okay, they will tell their interviewers, telling that people coming from this region area, you just tell them no. Okay. Telling that you don't have enough qualification. That is what many companies are doing. Okay, so especially Muslims and scheduled castes are denied job in most of the companies just because they know the caste and religion.
Okay.
Okay, there is a data. One of my friends is in HR. They say that in certain companies they insist that certain groups of people should not be given a job at all, okay, even though they have necessary qualification. So they'll do it as a hidden policy. And your question is whether, if a statement is made, whether court will come into the picture. Okay, openly such a statement is made, it is immoral okay, then unconstitutional, meaning Constitution says this Article 16 is available against the state only, not against private individual. So private individuals, can give jobs to those people, those who are liking preference.
Okay, sir. And also with respect to residents, for example, if certain government, for example, state government, if they say that their public service jobs are only for the residents of one particular state, that means, for example, if Andhra Pradesh is saying that from here afterwards, the Public Service Commission jobs are only for Andhra Pradesh residents, even though other residents know Telugu and the language that particular state that they should know, but still that the government is denying only for Andhra Pradesh job, only for Andhra Pradesh residents, TN jobs only for TN, then will the court come?
Here, there are two criteria. One is language, one is residence.
Okay, sir.
When you say Andhra Pradesh residents, it include other people who speak other language also, not only Telugu speaking people.
Okay.
Urdu speaking person, a Tamil speaking person, or a Malayalam speaking people, if they have settled in say Andhra Pradesh, they will be called as residents of Andhra Pradesh.
Okay, sir.
In future, you get IAS, and if you're going to reside in Delhi, you will become a resident of Delhi.
Yeah.
So that residence can be used as a criteria to give local employment, but language, language of course can be done, and residence also can be done. If you are saying, if you are a resident of the state but you're not speaking a certain language, I will not give you.
Okay, sir.
Okay, or if your mother tongue is different, we will not give you. Like that, if they say it is discrimination.
Okay, sir.
Asking the person to know the local language is something else, but saying denying the employment, saying that you speak this language is absolutely wrong.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so let us take a short break. Okay, just 2 minutes break, because now we have to discuss the Mandal case. Okay, so it is very important. All reservation related things will come there. So I think it is necessary to give a short pause, just 2 minutes break. Okay, so sit in your same place. Okay, relax so that you can listen to the discussion on the Mandal case. Yes. Okay, so there is one doubt that private companies like TCS, when they declare their recruitment saying that a particular caste is not eligible, is it the same like the private temples built with saying Dalits are not allowed? Similar only, but in Indian society, okay, so far this has not happened. A company openly declaring that we will deny jobs to a particular caste. If that happens, then polity will rethink, and they may add a special case, okay, telling that private companies, if they're doing this, it is a violation. As of now, it is not a violation because only in case of temple, okay, they were saying that a particular caste should not be entering. That was the issue that was going in India for centuries. So they've addressed it in the constitution. Okay, so why would the constitution give a solution for a non-existent problem? See, constitution gives solutions for the existing problems only. Like same is the case of disability. Now, if a disabled person is not given certain rights, they cannot go to the court of law saying that their fundamental right is violated. Okay, but however, in future, if there is continuously they are harassed, they can go to the court of law, and court may reinterpret the Article 21 and say, okay, when you say disables, they also should be protected, like that. Okay, so far companies have not done it, so they are not mentioning it. Okay. See, in polity, a problem is a problem only when it is discussed, okay, or when it arises. A problem is a problem only when it is arises. That is why sometimes politicians do this. No, when you are having a serious problem, they will create another problem. Okay, suddenly some celebrity will come and say something about her personal life or other person's personal life, and the entire society will be fighting for that. Okay, I don't want to mention. Okay, there is certain things are happening in Tamil Nadu. So when there is a serious issue, create another big issue. So the political issue will subside. They will not give solution at all. Okay, so the thing is, in polity, whichever is the consistent issue, for that we can find the solution in constitution or law. For new problems, when problem occurs, then only law will come. Okay. So if a company declares that this caste will be denied employment, if they do that, it is morally wrong. But as of now, we won't consider it as a violation of fundamental right. Okay. Now next is the Indra Sani or Mandal case. Okay. So take note as and while I'm telling you. It's a very important case. Okay, we talked about the counters of reservation. Okay, where reservations there, where it is not there, like that. Now, Article 340 of Indian Constitution says that time to time a national backward class commission should be established, and we have to study the backwardness, okay, of the socially and educationally backward. Article 340 says that the national backward class commission has to be set up and study their backwardness. So in 1979, Morarji Desai government appointed a national backward class commission under the chairperson of Mandal. Okay, and Mandal, they appointed a chairperson. Okay. 52% of other OBCs, other backward class. The Mandal Commission declared that 52 people, or 52% of the people are other backward class. Now here, see, they are using the word class. It's not caste. Okay, so any group which is socially and educationally backward can add it to OBCs. For example, if transgenders are there, if you want to give reservation for transgenders, where will you give them? We will be giving them in other backward class only, okay, because they are another group. And what is this, the meaning of other? Because already the constitution has recognized two people, the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe as backward. So those people other than SC and ST who are socially and educationally backward will be called as OBCs, other backward class. Now, see OBCs, this also there's Christians and Muslims who converted from scheduled caste, or scheduled caste, but converted from Hinduism to Christianity. They cannot enjoy the benefits of reservation under SC or ST. They will be considered as other backward class. Okay, so it's not based on caste, it is a class. Okay, fine. Now, what does it suggest? Mandal Commission suggested that 27% reservation shall be given. 27% reservation shall be provided in government jobs. But 10 years, see, 1979 they are establishing the commission. Only in 1989, VP Singh government implemented it. Prime Minister VP Singh implemented it in 1989. Okay. Then Narasimha Rao government, okay, brought two changes. Why Narasimha Rao government has to bring two changes? Because after the implementation in 1989, some people, asked the question, what about poor open category people, poor OCs? There are many poor people who are lacking opportunity. Why can't we give reservation to them? That's number point one. Okay, and among the OBCs, the rich is only getting the benefit. The poor people, the deserving, is not getting the benefit. Other backward class, they're making a complaint. Okay. So Narasimha Rao government brought 10% reservation for upper caste poor. Narasimha Rao brought 10% reservation for upper caste poor. Same way, sub-quota for poor OBCs also. Sub-quota for poor OBCs. Which means if 27% reservation is given to the OBCs, within that a small portion will be carved out. Okay, say 27%, 10% they will be taking, and selling that it will go to the poor OBCs only. But the Supreme Court struck down the changes, telling that these two provisions are unconstitutional. Okay, the judiciary has struck these two. Why they have struck it down? Because economy has a criteria. Okay, because already we discussed now that social and educational backwardness can be the criteria for providing reservation, but economy cannot be the criteria. And also we had substantial discussion yesterday. Why is it so? I asked 3 questions and all. So those points are given in this case only. In Indira Sahani case only, Supreme Court strikes down the reservation based on economy and say that economy cannot be a criteria now. Because economy is a dynamic thing. Okay. And in the same case, which is famously called as Indira Sahani case or Mandal case, they brought in 5 more judgments, 5 important judgments related to reservation. Okay, so you can note down the judgments, then we will discuss. These 5 are the important judgments given in the Mandal case to regulate reservation. Can some of you enable your videos? Only one student has enabled the video. At least 3-4 people, if you enable the video, it will be fine. Okay. So creamy layer concept. Okay. What is creamy layer? If you take a glass of milk, what is the proportion of the cream in it? The topmost layer will be the cream, right? The small volume, small volume. So that is what judges meant. Among the OBCs, there will be the cream, the topmost layer, the topmost people. I should use the word super powerful or super rich, so that they can overcome their social and educational backwardness. Okay, so some OBCs are super rich or super powerful, so they can overcome their backwardness by themselves. Okay, they can overcome these things. So such people are denied of reservation. They'll be denied of reservation. So we can ensure that deserving people are getting the reservation. So those people are called as creamy layer. Okay, judgment has been given. Whether the government accepted it, yes, the government agreed. Okay, so those people who are super rich and super powerful, their children will not be benefited. No reservation in promotion for SC and ST. Okay, wait. And then yesterday after the class, there was one doubt. Sir, why are you saying that reservation should be given for the wrongs of the past or childhood if a person is not getting any benefit? Why would you say that he should be given a benefit? Or the question was put like this: supposing if a person has started earning good, why can't we take away the reservation from that fellow? Okay. Now listen carefully. Supposing there is a person, okay, he's completely poor and he's getting all the problems, OBC. Okay, so he's facing lack of opportunity, all those things, and he gets a job in information technology. Okay, and he goes to abroad also, and he earns around 12 lakh, 16 lakh per year. Just imagine, they're earning so much of money. Now, that person wants to write civil service examination. Now, if you say this fellow is a creamy layer and send him out, what will happen? Okay, you will be punishing a person for his growth. Okay, so that is why, while considering creamy layer or your OBC position and all, they will consider your father's position, not your position. You may be earning a lot, but that income cannot be added to the calculation of whether you're creamy layer or not. Okay. So your father's income will decide that. Okay. Now creamy layer is there for OBCs, but SC and ST there is no creamy layer. The court itself declared like that only. Okay. Creamy layer is there for OBCs. There's no creamy layer for SC and ST. Okay, so we are finding that some of them, father and mother will be already officers, son and daughter also will get their benefits of reservation. True, it happens. Okay, it happens. But as I told yesterday, if creamy layer concept is applied for the SCs and STs, there will be no takers or eligible candidates will not be there from that community. So until all are educated in that community, we shall wait for implementing the creamy layer in that. Right now, if we apply creamy layer, there won't be no takers for SC, ST seats. Okay, so that is the worrying problem. Okay. Then next is the judiciary said no reservation in promotion for all. No reservation promotion for all. But the parliament made a 77th Amendment Act. 77th Constitutional Amendment Act, and said that for SC and ST alone will be having reservation in promotion. You may be asking, what is the problem? Why? So this is where we know the difference between the private job and the government job. what do you get in a private job and what do you get in a government job? What extra you get in government job? Don't tell me extra money, sir. Yes. We get power, very important. Not only we get remuneration, job security, in government job, we get power to make decisions. So what should be the criteria for government job? The first criteria for government job should be merit. Okay, efficient persons should be appointed. The second criteria should be equal representation of all sections of the society, because you're sharing power, right? In a country, in a democracy, all of them should share power. Okay, so today Joe Biden in his winning speech, he was mentioning that America has to be healed. Okay, this country is a place for everybody. Okay, he says that all the communities, all the races should be living equally. Should ensure men, women equality between races. Okay, so all he was telling. Okay, it's because a government job means it should be shared by all. It should not be only for one community. It should be shared by all. That is political democracy. And very interesting thing as we see is the vice president candidate is having the origins from Tamil Nadu as well as Africa. His father is an African, mother is a Tamil lady from here, Malapo. Okay, and it is actually a proud moment for people of Tamil Nadu, people of India, that we are reaching heights wherever we are going. Good. Now the point is, okay, so government jobs should have two criteria. One is merit and equal representation of all sections. But when they look at the data, SC and ST get service late, age of 30, 32. Okay. Now in India, the principle for promotion is seniority. The principle for promotion is seniority. The earlier that you get into the service, the higher the post you will go. I repeat, earlier you get into the service, higher the post you will go. Okay, so that is why it's very important. Okay, when you're preparing, don't think that you'll take 2 years, 3 years and prepare. Coming attempt, you're going to take the exam. For that, what should be done? Shouldn't do that. Okay, then at least by second attempt or third attempt, you will be clearing the examination. Okay, first attempt the success ratio is less than 10%. But why not you think? So if you go as early as possible inside the civil services, you can reach the level of cabinet secretary, defense secretary, finance secretary, like that. After that, who knows, governor, election commissioner, sometimes president of India also. There are many, most of the presidents were previous bureaucrats only. Okay, so if you see their track record, they would have got into service 21 years, 22 years, 23 years, like that. Okay. Now some of you may think, sir, I'm already crossed this. Many of you are working also, I know. Okay, so I've crossed 25 years, sir. So is it correct to prepare civil services? There are other ways which I will not say, that you can easily climb faster, okay, in your respective posts. Okay. And moreover, to tell ethically, quality is better than quantity. The quality of your service, whichever post you are given, is important than the place you are. See, it depends upon the department. Even the worst department you are put, you will be able to transform things. Okay, take crucial decisions that would ensure that the department is more efficient. Fine. So now what happens is SCs, STs, they get into service 30, 32 years. They end up as middle level officers. They are saying there is hierarchy in government itself. Highest level bureaucracy, okay, most number of them are upper caste. Then middle level bureaucracy, okay, the next level OBCs. Then the third level bureaucracy, SCs, STs. Because they get service late, so they end up as middle service officers, middle level officers. Any doubts in this so far? So they said that in order to give equal representation for SCs and STs in the higher level bureaucracy, we should give reservation and promotion for them. Not for the OBCs, but for the SCs and STs. Whether for all SCs and STs, no, only those SCs and STs which is inadequately represented. Inadequately represented. See, there are 4 levels: Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. Say there is a community X, Y, Z. Okay, scheduled caste is not single community. Scheduled tribe is not single community. Okay, they are different. So just assume X, Y, Z are communities. Okay, so now X and Y is present in the C level. X is there in the B level. Now whether X and Y will get promotion, reservation and promotion to C, no. Because in C level, X and Y is adequately represented. Already this community is there. So they will not be given reservation promotion. But Z is not adequately represented in C. Z is not there. So Z will get reservation and promotion. Now B level, they are seeing X is already present there. So X will not get the reservation and promotion. But Y will get reservation promotion because at the B level, there is no Y. Now A level, who all will get reservation? X, Y, Z, all will get reservation. Provided they are in the next level. Okay, so in group B level, there should be, you cannot take a person from here to here. No. Okay. Supposing Z is not here, no reservation. But if Z is here and Z is not here, Z community Z is not here, then Z will be given reservation and promotion. Okay, so what happens? SCs and SCs will have a faster growth. Fastly they will grow inside the government. When they are growing fastly, they will reach the higher level bureaucracy sooner. But this will create a lot of problem, right? So much of cases has been filed. 2019, last year judgment came telling that SC and ST, if they are inadequately represented, okay. SC and ST, if they are inadequately represented, you can give them reservation, but creamy layer concept will be applicable. Creamy layer concept is applicable. Okay. So what do you understand by this creamy layer? The SC, ST, when they are entering into the government service, at the entry level, no creamy layer. But after entering, if their father and mother is in a good position, they will be subjected to creamy layer criteria and they will not be given further promotion. Okay. So now, in Lakshmikant's book, you would have given 2006 Nagaraj case and all. Leave that. Everything has been scrapped. 2006 Nagaraj case has been overruled by 2019 judgment. And once again, they have filed a case in the court of law. See, this 77th Amendment Act, they brought it in the year 95. But so far, even after 25 years, we have not implemented the reservation for SCs and STs. It's the biggest problem. Okay. Fine. Now, how far it will continue? You may ask, sir, how far we are going to give reservation promotion? Now, in book only the reservation is there. Many departments have not implemented this reservation promotion. Okay, so because of this, people have gone to the court of law. Okay, they are fighting the case in the court of law. So only in rule book there is reservation in promotion for ICs and SCs when they are inadequately represented, and creamy layer concept is applicable. Then 50% ceiling. Next one. Judiciary is frustrated, okay, because so much of reservation is given in India. See, reservation is not unique to India as many of us think. There is reservation in USA, there is reservation in Malaysia, Japan, Indonesia, Brazil, South Africa. Okay, so these countries, many countries, I can list out many countries in which reservations are there. But the difference is their reservations are very less, maximum 15%, 20% maximum. Other than that, they will not give reservation. But in India, the situation came up that 50% is reserved. So that is the time judiciary declared that, okay, enough of your reservations. Hereafter, give reservation within 50% only. Don't breach that 50%. Okay. Any doubts in this? Yes, Kishore.
Sir, here are two doubts I have, sir. Okay, coming to the second point, as you said, SC need to be in extreme rare position. Already they are getting into IAS or IT services. Okay, their salary will be good, or they will be in a right position in society. Why the government need to give a creamy layer concept based on their father income? By the time their parents may be expired also, okay, or they may earn very less amount also by the time when they are seeking for the promotion. But why the government has given such?
Why I am saying that fathers, the parents' income only will be considered to consider the creamy layer is because if you are, saying a person will be denied of the relief or a benefit just because he has worked hard and come to that place, then it is discouraging industry. It's like discouraging hard work. Okay. So we should not discourage those people are working hard and coming out of poverty, right? That is why.
Okay, sir. Now coming to the third point, as I said, only the 50% is being allowed. But why Tamil Nadu alone having 69%? Sir, is there any specific?
I will discuss that. After that, taking questions, I'll discuss.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, 200636. Sure, Priya.
Sir, I have a doubt regarding this conversion, sir. Suppose if a SC or ST gets converted to Christianity or Islam, then their quota will be under OBC, no, sir.
Yes.
But there are some people, if they are studying in Christian institutions, they use Christian name as for availing that benefit. But while entering into the college, government colleges, they are using the SC/ST quota. How come government tackles this, sir? Is it legal, or they are doing something beyond that?
Ethically, it is wrong. Ethically, it's wrong. But the law itself is flawed, right? The law itself is flawed because uh, you can change your religion but not your caste. Even if you become a Christian or Muslim, you will be seen as a SC means SC only, scheduled caste only. Okay, so leave that. Provided the law says that if you have converted to Christianity or Islam, uh, your status will go to OBC. And if a person is using these two, okay, telling that he is an Hindu only and using the Christian name to get benefits from the Christianity, it is unethical. There are many people who do that.
So it's a loophole, actually.
Yes, it's a loophole. Now, simple religious conversion. No, a person may be born as a Christian. Now he knows UPSC this is there. Okay, so he can go and convert himself to Hinduism. Okay, and then he can avail the facility. Not a problem.
Not a problem. Okay, sir.
In the sense, it is a loophole. It is a loophole. What the person doing is unethical. Okay, however, there are people who does this because in certificate they will not change their name, change the caste, okay, or change the religion.
Is there any attempt by the government to change this, sir, or so far no?
No attempt from the government, but the Dalit Christians and Muslims are trying for it. Okay, they are demanding to various governments that this has to change.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Vinisha or 207-9783. Yes, you can unmute and speak.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I have one doubt, sir. Yesterday, you were telling like
Your mic is not working properly. They're not able to hear your.
CNST, right?
Now it's fine. Now it's fine. You repeat the question. Vinisha, please repeat the question. No, she's not there. She's gone. Okay, so 3765. You can unmute and speak.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, my doubt is Supreme Court has said that reservation in education institutions is not a fundamental right. So, even though it is explicitly not mentioned, but how can we how can we say that it is not a part of fundamental rights?
The court is correct only. Court is saying that reservation is not a fundamental right. It is an exemption to fundamental right. So it is there in fundamental rights part, but it is an exemption to fundamental right. Whether reservation should be given or not, it is the government's decision. If the government wants to take back the reservation, they can. Because what they're saying is right to equality is there. Socially and educationally backward sections, the government may do anything if they want. So if the government does not want to give reservation, they may not take the reservation. Okay.
So if reservation is not provided, the person cannot go to the court of law asking that.
Correct. Okay, it is fully in the hands of the government. Tomorrow, suddenly central government announces no reservation. Tamil Nadu government announces no reservation. You cannot go to the court of law. But why governments are not doing it? Because vote bank, they lose the votes of that particular community. Or all those who have eligible under reservation, they'll fear that this government is against reservation and remove the government. In fact, the reason why BJP was not able to come to power for so long is because they were opposed to reservation. In 1989, in fact, what they did is when VP Singh government brought this 27% reservation for OBCs, the BJP removed the support, and consequently, the VP Singh government has to fall.
So it was a coalition government then, right?
Sorry?
It was a coalition government, right, sir? VP Singh government.
It was a coalition government. Okay, it was a coalition government. The point is, in this thing, reservation, they're not reversing anything, making any changes, is because for political reasons.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
79783.
Hello, sir. Sorry, sir. I had a network issue, sir, previously. Sir, I have a doubt on creamy layer concept, sir. Like whether it is applicable to SC, ST or not, sir.
The beginning level, that is entry level, creamy layer is not applicable to SC and ST. But in reservation and promotion, from last year onwards, they say it is applicable to SC and ST.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Now, just imagine this. Supposing you are entering into the class. Okay. You are searching for a seat. Now, usually, those people who come early will reserve seats for their friends, right? This happens everywhere, whether it is bus or train or wherever it is, they will reserve the seats. Now, if there are 100 seats and that 5 or 6 seats are reserved with some object, okay. Our people are smart, no? We may take that object and throw and sit. So usually people will put kerchief, okay. Sometimes slippers, Okay, wantedly, make a mess in that place so that nobody else is taking that seat. Okay. Now, if 5 or 6 seats is reserved out of entire 100 seats, then you will go and sit in other place. You will not worry about it. Okay, let them reserve. But you are entering into the classroom, 100 seats are there, all 100 seats is reserved. Nobody is sitting inside, but every seat, some kerchief or some object is there. What will you do? You will throw you will first choose which seat you want, and then whatever thing there is for reserved, that object you will throw and set. The reason is, if reservation is for a limited level, less than 20%, less than 30%, fine. But if excessive reservation is there, it will be backfiring. It will result in reverse discrimination. Okay, in India, the jobs available is very less, and this government is reducing the vacancy year by year. I don't know what would be the number of vacancies next year also. So when the number of vacancies are decreasing year by year, logically it is going to affect the open category people. Okay, so upper caste number of seats available for them will be reducing if reservation is keep on increasing. So that is why Supreme Court said that you must balance. There should be equal representation of all sections in the government. So you cannot say only SC, ST, OBC should enter, upper caste should not be part of the government. They also should be having space so that they are entering into the government service. Okay, or they are getting a medical seat. Okay, it is 50% ceiling. But in case of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, we have breached this. For that matter, northeastern states also. Tamil Nadu 69% reservation, Karnataka 76% reservation, and if you see northeastern states, 80% plus reservation. Now people filed a case against this, telling that why these states have breached the 50% ceiling. The court took up the case. Okay, in fact, the government wanted to protect these laws. So Tamil Nadu Reservation Act and Karnataka Reservation Act. Tamil Nadu Reservation Act and Karnataka Reservation Act, both were put in the 9th schedule. Okay, both were put in the 9th schedule. Okay. Now you may be asking, why then judiciary took up the case? Judiciary said that Tamil Nadu Reservation Act and Karnataka Reservation Act is affecting the right to equality. So we will take up the case for basic structure doctrine. Okay, we will take up the case, and we will see whether it is valid or not. In 2010, they declared that Tamil Nadu and Karnataka reservation is correct. Why? Because Tamil Nadu government and Karnataka government gave the population ratio. In that, only 4% are upper caste. 76% of people are OBCs. See, I'll give you the data of Tamil Nadu. %76% are OBC, and 19% is SC. 1% is ST. So now total is 96%. 96% of the population is socially and educationally backward. 96%. In case of Karnataka also, 95% are socially and educationally backward. Okay, 95% are socially and educationally backward. In northeastern states also, 90% plus population is scheduled tribe. So the court agreed that those states which have huge population of socially and educationally backward sections, you will have to provide for more reservations. So 50% ceiling will not be applicable to these states. So other states, 50% ceiling will be applicable. But for these states, which is having huge number of socially and educationally backward sections, should not be there. The ceiling is not applicable. So right now, this is the condition. But one issue is there. OBCs of southern states have done well compared to the OBCs of northern states. In the southern states, OBCs have done well, okay, because Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, once again, it is a history of reservation. Reservation started in these places in 1921 itself. It dates back to 1921. In the British time itself, the British officers have started giving reservation for scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, denotified tribes, and then OBCs. Okay, and you know that in Tamil Nadu, Justice Party was there. They are pioneer of reservation movement. Okay, but see, in the national level, OBCs are given reservation only in 1989. So very short period of reservation for them. So what happened? No, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, the backward class section has climbed up the social ladder. Okay, so they will be like not deserving a reservation in future. The time has come. Now, that is why 2012 they made a socio-economic caste census. Okay, but they have not given the results out. In case of northern states, no, OBCs are quite backward even now. Now you may be saying, sir, why can't we then remove the most of the OBCs of South India from outside the list? Now what will happen? There is a problem for unity of the country. Once again, for performing better, okay, state will be affected. And what will happen usually for politics, politicians will rise and say that you are differentiating people, okay, between North India and South India. Okay. So those issues are there. That is why they are not making any rationalization. But if you ask me, okay, so there are some communities, okay, in the southern states also, which has grown far further. Okay, so we have to rethink on the case of reservation, or at least we should be removing those castes which has grown well outside the reservation benefit, and we should include more castes which is yet to develop into the OBC list. Okay, but for this to be done, it is very politically sensitive matter. Any government which does it immediately lose in the coming elections. So that is why no government is dare touching the reservation related matters. Next is carry forward rule. Okay. Let us discuss the carry forward rule. Supposing, listen, 2020, 100 seats are there, for 100 jobs are there. Okay, so people are applying for the job. 27 jobs will go to OBC. Okay, then 15 jobs will go to SC. Minimum. Okay, 8 jobs will go to ST. Okay, so remaining is open category. Remaining 50 is open category. Now OC means you must understand it is open competition. So OBC, SC, ST who is able to score along with the OC, they will come under the open category. No more they will be considered as OBC. Okay, so this is in 2020. Now in 2021, okay, yeah, here itself in 2020 itself, out of 27 seats, imagine only 17 seats are filled. So there are 10 seats vacant. Okay, this vacant 10 seats are called as backlog vacancies. 10 seats is called as backlog. 10 seats are called as backlog vacancies. So in 2020, no, you will have another 100 seats. Then 27, 15, 8. So 27 plus 10. Okay. Now, the 10 vacancies will be available for same OBCs the next year. So apart from the 27 seats of that year, 2021, OBCs will now have 37 seats. But judiciary saw this and felt is not appropriate. Why? Because in 2020 itself, you do not have enough number of candidates to be filled from that community. So how come the next year there will be enough number of candidates? Logical, right? So what will happen every year? The backlog vacancy will keep on accumulating, keep on increasing. So first year 27, second year 37, third year for 50, then it's 70, 80, 120, like that. It will keep on progressively increasing. So if no more number of vacancies is unfilled in the government, what happens? The efficiency of administration is affected. The efficiency of administration will be affected. What do you mean by this? The government will no more able to deliver the services. It's a problem. So judiciary gave a suggestion. We will do this. Instead of adding the 10 vacancies here, add it here. So the total vacancies will now 110, consider 110 as fresh vacancies. Now in this, you have to give 50% ceiling reservation. You have to apply 50% reservation. So what will be the total number of reservation in this case? Okay, only 55 seats will be reserved. But here, see, in the earlier case, it will be 60 seats. So what happened to the remaining 5 seats? It will be spread out to other category. Very simple. Don't get confused. The first case, how the government was following is backlog vacancy will be available for the same community. Now judiciary is saying that don't do that. If in a given year, a particular community, you are not able to fill the vacancies, those vacancies should be spread out in the next year. You have to spread out the vacancies in the next year. Okay, you have to spread out the vacancies in the next year. Now what happened is the government made this Amendment Act, 85th Constitutional Amendment Act. Made an 85th Constitutional Amendment Act. In that act, they made they have reversed the original system. They have reversed the original system. Okay, meaning the 10 backlog vacancies, the backlog vacancies of a given year now will be available to the same category next year. Okay, the judicial judgment was reversed, and as of now, how the carry forward rule is practiced, the backlog vacancies will be available for the same category. If SC seats are not filled, for SC itself it will be available. For ST, if it is not filled, for ST itself it will be available. So this is the meaning of carry forward rule. That is how things work now. Okay. Then finally, okay, the judgment is Permanent Backward Class Commission. Okay, as we have seen, the fifth judgment of Mandal cases, a Permanent Backward Class Commission. What do you mean by a Permanent Backward Class Commission? Article 340 says that temporary backward class commission only. Time to time, whenever there is a necessity, you have to establish a backward class commission and study the backwardness. but it will be done for political reasons. So governments, political parties may say that they will establish backward class commission for vote bank politics. So to avoid this, permanent backward class commission was established in the year 1993. Okay, so what is their work? They'll be dealing with over inclusion and under inclusion. Over inclusion and under inclusion of castes. What is the meaning? If some castes are there, if they do not deserve the benefits of reservation, but still they are inside, they will be removed from the benefits of reservation. Under inclusion means if some castes are not included in the OBC list, the National Backward Class Commission will suggest their names to be added. Last year, we have given it constitutional status. Backward Class Commission has been given a constitutional status. Why have we done so? There is 102 Constitutional Amendment Act. We have done so. It is because earlier National Commission for SC and ST, National Commission for SC and ST, they were divided into National Commission for SC, National Commission for ST. Later on, National Commission for Scheduled Caste only was taking care of the problems between problems of SC as well as OBC. Commission is National Backward Class Commission for Scheduled Caste. Sorry, I'll repeat. I'm sorry. I'll repeat. The National Commission for Scheduled Caste, they were looking out the problems of scheduled caste as well as backward class. But in nowadays society, the problem is not between upper caste and lower caste. It is between OBCs and the SCs. Wherever you go, the conflict is between the OBCs and the scheduled caste. So now if one organization itself is looking into the issue, there may be a bias. So that is why now National Backward Class Commission has been given constitutional status, and they said that hereafter Backward Class Commission will look at the problems of backward class. Scheduled Caste Commission shall look into the problems of scheduled caste. Okay, any doubts in this? Okay, we have done with the reservation, topic. Now you can ask any questions if you have in reservation. Kishore has raised the hand. Yes, Kishore, you can unmute and speak.
Sir, in case of a Tamil Nadu government, there is another class called the MBC, Post and Backward Class. It will be included in OBC in case of in central jobs, or how is it, sir?
OBC, MBC, BCs are all will come into OBC.
Okay, and one more thing, sir, as you said, in Tamil Nadu, almost 96% of the people are socially and economically backward. But the government is still giving 31% of the reservation for the remaining 4% of the people. What is your view into it, sir? Because only 4% of the people are
I'm able to understand.
getting into this.
You are asking that the upper caste is just 4% and why government is giving 31% reservation for that. See,
and the creamy layer also will be very less only, sir, in case of Tamil Nadu. The creamy layer will be very less, I hope.
I know, I don't know about that data. We have to speak with the data on. I know only about the proportion of population. Now, with respect to this, open category means not upper caste. We must correctly understand that. Open category is different, which means even a SC, ST, OBC are getting good marks, they can be considered as OC itself. It's not that 31% seat is reserved for the 4% population. Okay.
Okay, sir, and one more thing. Okay, in case of the all based on the community certificate. Okay, it's very easy to get a community certificate. For example, if I am from OC or BC, I can get a community certificate of SC. It's not a very tedious process. Many of my friends also got it. Okay. For that, what kind of restrictions we can bring, sir?
See, actually, that is why they have said no. With respect to SC certificate and all, who should be giving the certificate? At least Tahsildar. Deputy Tahsildars cannot give. OBC certificate, Deputy Tahsildar can give. Now,
Okay.
if they get caught, they will be punished. Okay, severely punished. But uh, usually they will have some base document. With base document only, the Tahsildar will approve of the SC certificate. They're getting falsely. It is the corruption. It's the corruption of the particular. But people will fear to do their open correction because you do something and today the problem is gone. Okay. Now, if you're giving SC certificate, that person goes and gets the job, government job, create a lot of problems. So that person is subjected to severe punishment. So usually they will not give this.
So I think your network is having some issues. Yours are the problem. Your network is the voice is not clear, sir.
That's it. I'll check with it.
Yes,
I'll check with the technical team.
okay, sir. Now, only one last question, sir. Okay, regarding the doctrine of reciprocity, as I tell that that's why the Sonia Gandhi became not able to become prime minister. Okay, in case of you take some country where the naturalized citizen also can become PM or CM, by the time if you just take, I don't know whether any country is available or not. Like Sonia Gandhi came to India, she got a naturalized, by naturalization process, she got a citizenship. Similarly, if some other country give a naturalization citizenship and they can become a PM or a president, by the time the Indian government will allow the same.
Yes, yes. In case of USA, naturalized citizen can become a. Sorry, in the USA, natural citizen cannot become the president. Okay. In case of India, it can. If there is a country which allows Indians when they become naturalized citizens to take up their presidentship or prime ministership, we'll also allow. We'll
Is
allow.
there any country like that, sir? I don't think. Is there any country like that?
So we are allowing, no. India is allowing, no. So there will be some countries. Okay, I know about Italy and USA only. Other countries we have to cross check what their citizenship laws are.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, BC is also OBC category. See, OCs, the seats will not get decreased. Okay, is caste conversion is possible? Some of you are asking. No, you cannot convert your caste. You can convert religion because religion is a belief system. Caste is a social system. Okay, it comes from the the birth into a particular community. Okay, so religious system, religious belief can be changed, but your social position or social system or identity you cannot change. But you can do this one thing. Supposing you feel, sir, I don't want no caste. I don't want any caste. I don't want my children to identify with any caste. Okay, you will give yourself as open category. Okay, so you need not submit any caste certificate. They're not going to ask you any caste certificate. Okay, then you can just share that you are an OC. That's all. Only when you want to avail the reservation, this will be an issue. So if you wanting to think like this, that your future generation should not have caste, you can do that. In Kerala, they did it. Okay, many children have said that we will not give our caste name, or we will give no caste when caste is asked in the school application form. Okay, but if you do this and tomorrow your son or daughter grows, they want to write civil services, they should not come and screw you. Okay, for not recording the caste. Okay, so if you are so tough enough, okay, thinking that okay, my son and daughter can go and compete in open category itself, then you can give. But my dear friends, don't do this mistake. I have a friend. Okay, he is an IAS aspirant. He wrote as an open category. He belongs to SC community only. Okay, because all his friends, shamed him, telling that you're trying to get into this IAS by reservation only. then like this and all will happen among the UPSC aspirants. Okay, so instead of sitting and preparing, they'll keep mocking people, keep complaining. So what happened? This fellow wrote, okay, and got some 200 something rank, 229 or something. Okay, he would have got home cadre. If he has opted for SC reservation, he would have got it home cadre, Tamil Nadu cadre itself, okay, and IAS itself. But that time he got IRS custom, Indian Revenue Service Customs. God bless, the next year he cleared once again with the SC caste status, and but at that time he got 39th rank. Okay. Anyway, so now he's now an IA is not a problem. Now the thing is, he has to waste another 1 year. Okay. So if the government is giving you a privilege, use that privilege. That's all. Okay. So telling that I'm going to be a revolutionary, I will not be taking the particular reservation and all. Don't do that. If you're eligible, genuinely eligible, take that. Okay, fine. Any doubts? No, Kamala Harris is not a naturalized citizen. Her mother and her father is naturalized citizen, but when she was born, she was automatically eligible for Indian. She was citizen by birth. Okay, one person has asked about Kamala Harris, because in USA, president and vice president, naturalized citizen cannot become president and citizen. Kamala Harris' father and mother, they are naturalized citizen. A child born to a naturalized citizen, at the time of birth child, if they are already citizen, then the child will be getting citizenship by birth and descent. So she is a citizen by birth in USA. Okay, next is abolition of untouchability. Abolition of untouchability. Here, what is untouchability? As I told you in the previous class, based on character of the individual, you avoid social interaction. It is not untouchability. But if you come to know that a person is a scheduled caste, so you are avoiding social interaction, then it is untouchability. Okay. Or you are saying that don't speak with them, don't go with them, don't go outing with them, don't stay with them, like that and all. If you are saying, it is also untouchability. Okay, so untouchability means absence of interaction, absence of social interaction. Untouchability means absence of social interaction. Now the question is whether this has been defined in the Constitution. The word untouchability is not defined in the Constitution. The word untouchability is not defined. The word untouchability is not given in the Constitution. That is defined, but we understand untouchability by historical practice in India. It's well-known social practice. So with that only we are doing. Now for examination purposes, what are the 3 points that you have to remember? Under Article 17, 17 is an absolute right. Article 17 is an absolute right. Article 17 is an absolute right, meaning there is no condition at all, no restriction, no exemption. So far we were seeing the article, after that we will see exemption, right? But Article 17 is not like that. It has no exemptions, no restrictions. It is 100% available. And it is available against private individual also. Usually untouchability is practiced by private individual only. So abolition of untouchability is available against state as well as private individual. Then it is non-self-executory. Untouchability is non-self-executory, which means it cannot be executed by itself. It cannot be executed by itself. See, just like saying abolition of untouchability will go. That is what they are meaning. If somebody is practicing untouchability, they have to be punished. Then only it will slowly decrease. So when you declare that untouchability is abolished under Article 17, it is not implemented by itself. It needs some more law to implement it. So those laws which helps to implement this this article is called as enabling legislation. It's called as enabling legislation. Okay, what is the enabling legislation? Enabling legislation is one which helps to implement a fundamental right. So to implement abolition of untouchability, we need Civil Rights Act of 1955. Okay, then Prevention of Atrocities Against SC/ST Act. So this also ensures that if somebody is practicing untouchability, they will be punished and sent to prison, so that nobody is subjected to untouchability. Okay, got it? Next, abolition of titles. What do we mean by title? A title means political privilege. So you take note as and when I discuss, please don't copy mechanically. Abolition of titles. The word title means political privilege. What do you mean by political privilege? The right, extra right to take part in politics. Supposing if you are born into a particular family or a caste, so that you are eligible to become directly MP, you can go and sit in the legislature and create law. Then it is political privilege. In case of UK, if the government is giving you a title Lord, you can go and sit in the House of Lords directly and create the law. Okay, and if you're an archbishop, if you are an archbishop, then also you can directly go and sit in the House of Lords. So that is what we call it as political privilege and title. Now, in India's case, before independence, we had Maharajas, Nawabs, Nizams, etc. So these people were ruling small pieces of territory, and their sons and daughters was eligible to take up the throne. Now, after 1947, when we created the constitution in 1950, we declared we are abolishing all such titles, which means the traditional Rajas, Nawabs, and Nizams no more can claim the territories there. India will be constituted into a modern country. Okay, and they will decide, who should be an MP through elections. So if at all you want to become MPs or MLAs or ministers, so even you belong to Raja's family, you have to contest in the election, and then only you should become a MP. Okay. So the first point in abolition of titles is state shall not provide title to its citizen. The state shall not provide title to its citizen. But you may be asking, sir, Bharat Ratna award is given, Padma Vibhushan is given, Padma Shri award is given. Aren't they all titles? No, they are all awards. There is a difference between title and award. Award is recognition for your contribution. Title is political privilege, additional political privilege. The government can give you awards. Okay, this is clarified by the Court of Law. This is the Court of Law which clarified. The Court of Law also said this. You cannot use this as a prefix or suffix. You cannot use the titles as prefix or suffix. But still we find now many people like Kamal Hassan and other people, they are using this Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan name, this award before their name. Even many Bharat Ratnas have done that. Okay, they have used the word Bharat Ratna before their names. Is it unconstitutional? Yes, it is unconstitutional only, but however, they are not aware of it. And nobody is raising a question on it. Nobody is coming and saying, why are you using this as a prefix or suffix? Next point is, citizen shall not receive a title from a foreign country. A citizen shall not receive title from a foreign country. Okay. But here also we find that, people, Indian citizens are receiving award from the foreign countries. A lot of awards we are receiving. Whether it is possible, whether it is correct. Award can be received only, titles cannot be received. So whatever awards that is received, like Chevalier Award, Legion of Honor, Order of Australia, or some awards from Spain by Vishwanath Anand. So all these are awards, not titles. Now one of them is asking, sir, what about the title sir? You can keep the word sir with you, okay? This is given by the British, but it is not recognized by the government. The government shall not give titles to you. And some people have these titles, Power Star, Rolling Star, okay, Revolutionary Leader, okay. So like that, they will keep some titles. Are they constitutional? Yes, because it is kept, the titles are kept by themselves. Point 1, okay, it is kept by themselves. Next is the government is not giving these titles. So that is why you must understand Article 18 is available against state only, not against the citizens. Okay, the Article 18 is available against state only, not against the citizens. Okay. Then let us talk about foreigners working under the government of India. Foreigners working under the government of India. They can receive the title with the consent of the president. They can receive the title with the consent of president. So President of India will see whether the title is a award or a title. If it is a title, president will say no. And your question will be, sir, how come foreigners work with government of India? There are many contracts with which government works with private sector, and Indian embassies abroad. You cannot bring all the employees. You cannot take all the employees from India to that place. So what happens is local people will be recruited. Then government of India employees, okay, they will be not allowing any benefit, allowance, etc. from the foreign country. Okay, so as a government employee, you should not be receiving any gifts. But you may be having a doubt, sir. Every time Prime Minister is going, he's giving gift, receiving gift. Officers also, when they see, they exchange gifts. So usually that is why they exchange the bouquets. Okay. Now sometimes what they do is, if at all a gift is given, the gift will not be taken by the politician to his home. They'll keep it in the residence, Prime Minister residence. Okay, they will keep it in the Prime Minister's residence. For example, President also, if President is getting a lot of awards, a lot of gifts, okay, so he'll keep it in a showcase, and when he goes out, he will keep all the gifts in the Rashtrapati Bhavan only. Right? Any doubts? Any doubts in this? Okay, there is an exception for this abolition of titles. Academic and military titles can be used. Academic titles like doctor can be used. Military titles like colonel can be used. But remember, okay, yes, even ER, engineer also can be used. Remember, other titles cannot be used as a prefix or suffix. Yes, yes. Gifts should be in the. It should be kept in the with the government gifts. They cannot take it as a personal gifts. It's given to the office. So that particular office, it should be there. Government of India employees should not be getting any allowance benefit from foreign country. Okay. Sometimes Indians working for Indian government, they may take some bribe from outside country. To avoid this, only this fourth point is there. See, there is one doubt asked by Kishore. There is one statement, ex-President Pratibha Patil took all the tokens of gifts to her home. Is it so? See, as expected by the Constitution, okay, conduct of rule, you must place the gifts in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Sometimes when the gift is given, they will say that it is a personal gift and gift. Okay, so there is a scope for that also. So the code of conduct rules allows for getting certain gifts at a certain limitation. Okay, gifts which is having a value of less than 2,500 can be received. That is an exceptional case. Okay, fine. Any doubts here? Prevention of atrocities against SC/ST Act often gets misused, right? Have you seen this? Okay, so it is the state which is filing the case. So state should be careful while filing the case. Okay, whenever the complaint is made. Okay, some kind of dilution can be done in the law in order to protect the victims also. Okay, but misuse of law cannot be a criteria for abolition of law. For example, Dowry Act is there, Domestic Violence Act is there. Okay, so the laws will be misused. Misuse of law cannot be a criteria to remove the law. Okay, so some are asking for example for the fourth one. Suppose you are an IFS officer, okay, who are staying abroad. Okay, now Indian government will give you party allowance, meaning you can call other diplomats and give party in order to get some crucial information what their governments are thinking. Okay, to socialize with them. This is called as party allowance. Likewise, other governments also will give party allowance. From that, other diplomat may come and give some gift to you, some monetary value, some diamond, some gold or something. In return, they may take up some information from you. So to avoid that, Government of India employees is not allowed to get any benefit or allowance from any foreign country. Done. Okay, so we will go for a break now. Okay, Article 18 is over. We have to move to liberty, which is a new topic. Okay, so that we shall discuss after the break. Okay, so now time is 4:20. So come 4:50, exactly half an hour break. Okay, 4:50. So then we will discuss. Okay, please be back at 4:50. Okay. Okay. We have seen Article 18. Now we are going to see Article 19. Civil liberties. Civil liberties or civil rights. What do we understand by the term civil? Okay, civil means active in politics. The word civil means active in politics. See, we already have discussed what is political rights. We have already discussed what is political rights. And we also know what is civil rights. Now, civil rights are subset of political rights. Political rights are those rights which helps us to take part in politics directly. Whereas civil rights are those rights which help us to take part in politics indirectly. Civil rights are those rights exercised by the citizens to take part in politics. I'll give you a demonstration. See, in case of speech and expression, these are the 6 freedoms that is available under Article 19. Okay, take note. The 6 civil liberties, freedoms that is available under Article 19 is speech and expression, association, assembly, movement, residence, and occupation. Okay. Now, if there is no speech and expression, if the government is taking some decision, you will not be able to voice your opinion. Only when you are able to voice your opinion, you will be able to influence the government's decision. If you are not having speech and expression, the government may do whatever it wants. At the end of the day, you will be facing the oppression. Fine. Now, next point, association and assembly. What is the difference between association and assembly? Assembly is an informal gathering. You're assembling in a place. Say, for example, a demonstration, farmers protest. Whereas association is a formal organization. Association is a formal organization. Now, just remember this. Without association and assembly, we cannot exercise our civil rights. I will give you an example. Supposing you are walking in the road alone and consider that it is your college time. And what happens is somebody is coming and giving you a big hit. What will you do? What will you do? Run away, is it? No. I told you it is college time, right? So logically what you will do is, you will ask this person, wait here itself, I'll go and bring my gang. Why? Because if there is a big gang, you may feel that, you can easily counter the other person. Okay, so when we are collective, when we come as a group, we feel that our bargaining power is more. We can influence more. So when we are demonstrating to the government, when we are a big group, we will convey to the government that many people are against this. So the government will change their opinion. So that is the value of right to assembly and right to association. Likewise, right to movement. You should have the free movement. Then only if you want to involve in a protest, you can freely move and protest through the demonstration. Okay. So the point is, if this 6 liberties is not there, the citizen will not be able to take part in politics. Very difficult for them to take part in politics. Okay. That is why we call it as civil liberties. Okay. The rights of the citizens to take part in politics indirectly. Okay. Now, having told this, that these are citizens' rights in order to take part in politics. Now, I want to ask you 3 questions, okay? In order to understand the characteristic feature of Article 19, you should answer in the text box, okay? So this 6 freedoms, whether it is available only for citizens or is it available for foreigners also? See, I told you these rights are civil liberties, which means it helps people to take part in politics. Now tell me whether it is available for citizens alone or is it available for foreigners also? It's 2125.
Sir, no, sir, unknowingly touching.
Only for citizens. Only for citizens. Why? Because these are civil rights, right to take part in politics. You cannot allow foreigners to take part in politics in India. Okay, so these rights are rights of the citizens to take part in politics indirectly. Then, whether these rights are available against state only or is it available against private individual also? We have seen the discussion. It is against state only. Very good. Very good. Okay, it is available against the, see, I'll give you an example. We have freedom of speech and expression. Now, one day it happened in the class, okay, that some people were keep on joking among themselves. I was asking, why are you doing this? And this person told me, sir, this is polity class, so I'm expressing my freedom of speech and expression. And it's my right. I told him, see, I'm a private individual, not the government. You can exercise your freedom of speech and expression against the government, not against a private individual. So in class, you have to be silent. You go to a place of worship, a temple or mosque or a church. There, if they are putting a board, please remain silent. You have to remain silent. Okay. Then we have this assembly. You can assemble in public place. For example, if you want to celebrate your birthday party, you can celebrate it in a public place, in a park, in a theater, Marina Beach. Nobody is going to ask you. But you cannot say that I have right to assembly, barge into your neighbor's house and say that I will celebrate the birthday party here only because I have right to assembly. No, you cannot. Okay, so civil liberties and civil rights is available only for the citizens and it is only available against the state. And third thing is, these rights are not absolute. They have reasonable restrictions. These rights have reasonable restrictions. Okay, so just these are the points we discussed. Copy down. Okay, characteristic features. See, when we saw initially about fundamental rights, most of the fundamental rights are for only citizens. Most of the fundamental rights are against the state. But this Article 19, 100% is available only for citizens. 100% is available only against state. And it has reasonable restrictions. These are the characteristic feature of Article 19. Somebody please enable your video. No? See, when at least 3-4 people are there, I could assess whether you're listening or not. That is why I'm asking as a request. At least 3 people. I request 3 people. Sometimes, I feel that I'm giving a lot of passes when I don't see people. When I talk to monitor, I don't get that feel. Okay, fine. Now next is freedom of speech and expression. Freedom of speech and expression means not only the word of mouth, but also all forms of expression. To take all forms of expression. It may be a cartoon. Okay, it may be a write-up, an article. It may be a poetry. It may be a sculpture. So any forms of expression. For example, recently there's Charlie Hebdo incident in France. Charlie Hebdo said that they're claiming freedom of speech and expression, and they're caricatured Prophet Muhammad. Okay, so according to Muslims' views, Muhammad does not have any form, any idle thing. So now when you put him and give him a form, okay, it is like, hurting their basic sentiments. But both sides are too extreme. The professor, that is why in my first class I would have told you, if you have any personal political opinion, you have the right to have that opinion, but please keep it outside the class and come inside the class. So this happened that, the person has beheaded a professor who used this cartoon for explaining. Okay. So after reading this news, I was shocked, because many a time I am giving a lot of examples. Okay. Sometimes critical also of certain political parties, and this is why, actually that particular political, polity professors or political science professors, his freedom of speech and expression is affected. And now you send the particular person has sent a message that, all those who are freely speaking will be beheaded. If you don't like a speech, you counter it with speech. But we do not involve in violence. So both sides are extreme. Okay, so they are hurting the Muslim sentiments. Muslims are going to the extreme of beheading and threatening to behead more people. Okay, so things are not fine. But however, it has been a problem from the human beings started as civilization. When man started to speak, communicate, the freedom of speech has been a double-edged sword. It can be both constructive as well as destructive. For example, if there is a student, I keep telling him that you will definitely clear this examination. At least you will claim names on time. At least he will go for interview. That I've seen. But there are people, who will always go with the negative persons. Brilliant people. You keep telling that, how come you and all will be becoming an IAS officer? You are not worth of it. Like that, some people will be saying. Even if you're worth of it, if these words is going into your heart, it will be destructive. You will not be able to clear this examination. That is why you have to be very selective. Positive comments, you have to take it. Negative comments, you have to leave it. You have to consciously say, this negative word should go out of me. This is what you do in meditation. Okay. Because the word has more power than the spot. There is a phrase, that the edge of a pen, the nib of the pen is more sharper than the spot, which means it can make or unmake people. That is why we have a lot of restrictions. Freedom of speech and expression has a lot of restrictions. See, all of the fundamental rights will have 2 or 3 restrictions, that's all. But see, in case of freedom of speech and expression, we are having 8 reasonable restrictions. That's because it's like a double-edged sword. So we can take down the reasonable restrictions: sovereignty, security of state, public order, incitement to violence, friendly relation with other countries, decency and morality, defamation, and contempt of court. Okay, so these are the 8 reasonable restrictions. Okay. Now, as we saw for abolition of untouchability, these restrictions are non-self-executory. Okay, these restrictions are non-self-executory, meaning they cannot be executed by itself. We need CRPC and IPC. CRPC and IPC and other acts will say what constitutes disturbance to public order, what constitutes incitement to violence, what constitutes security of state. Okay, so this will be explained what constitutes decency and morality. Okay, so there are many provisions. We no need to read those provisions, but if you understand that these are non-self-executory, it cannot be implemented by itself. You need an enabling legislation. You need a law to describe what is disturbance to public order, what is disturbance to defamation, what is disturbance to incitement, or what is incitement of violence, like that. Now, there is a law called a sedition law. Sedition law describes what constitutes attack on sovereignty. So based on that, what punishment has to be given, they will be giving that punishment. Okay. Now, we have to talk about this thing. Okay. Decency and morality. Here and there are provisions in Indian Constitution which says that if decency and morality is affected, or what constitutes decency, what constitutes morality is defined, which acts should be not done. But generally, there is no single legislation which covers what is decency and morality. So there is a problem, that interpretation problem is there. Okay, so in Indian polity, they are saying that it is need of the hour to create a law to describe what is decency and morality. But the problem is, India is a multicultural society. Morality is not same for all. What is moral to me may be immoral to you. Sometimes it may be non-moral also. Meaning, non-moral means you will say that that particular aspect need not be discussed whether it is moral or immoral. It is an ordinary activity. Okay. So in a multicultural society, having one legislation, uniform legislation describing what is decency and morality is very difficult. Okay, fine. Now, defamation and contempt of court. Now, these 2 points are very important. They are possible mains question. Okay, defamation and okay. So that is why we are going to deal in detail about defamation. Now, please take note as I discuss. Okay, so defamation means when you say something false and trying to reduce the reputation, tries to reduce the reputation of another person, then it is called as defamation. See, the word itself is that defame. The person is already having famous, you are reducing the familiarity, or you are reducing his status in the society, defaming. Now, remember, if it is true, okay, that is the point. First point is, if it is a truth, then defamation is not applicable. Supposing I have a friend and I'm saying the truth about him, that he has done some wrong. Okay, he cannot go and file a defamation case. Only when you raise a false allegation and then reduce the reputation of the individual, then defamation will be applicable. Then third person. See, that day in class it happens. The offline class will be very fun. The online class, I don't like. I hope soon we meet in the offline class. Because a lot of interaction will be there, and there's no time gap. No, here technology is a big problem. Technology takes a lot of time. I ask question, you answer. I have to read that answer. Takes a lot of time. There, spontaneous interaction, so fastly we can do. Fine. Now, in one aspirant asked me this doubt. Sir, yesterday night my friend called me and scolded me like anything. Okay, can I file defamation case, sir? No, you cannot file defamation case. Okay. If it is a threaten, some like murder, like I'll murder you, I'll do that, this and all, no, then you can file a case, threatening case. But just scolding, okay, or some false allegations are made on you and you have both are having a fight, you cannot file defamation case because third person is required. Supposing you and your friend is there and you are speaking something about your friend, there is another person who is witnessing this. That person is having a good opinion about your friend. Because of what you said, immediately the person feels bad about you, bad about your friend. Okay, so third person is required. When two people are conversing, one is defaming others, third person. So defamation occurs when it is done openly, publicly, not in a private. Then slander. What do we know by the word slander? Slander means when you defame the person by word of mouth. When you speak something and say that the person is wrong, are trying to reduce the reputation, slander. Libel is when you publish something in a printed form. Okay, libel is more punishable than slander because slander means suddenly when you're talking, suddenly you will come out with some words. Okay, so that cannot be a statement. For example, if you have a conflict with your friend, okay, immediately you say, I'll kill you, but you would not have meant that. Your intention is not to kill that person. You'll just, to express your emotion, you'll say that I'll kill you. Okay, likewise, slander is less offensive because, you're doing it spontaneously. But libel is when you're publishing it, it is a problem. Now, this thing is there. When you have a conflict with another person, somebody is calling you and you have a big fight and you are talking. Now, people are, putting it in the media, okay, and trying to insult you. Can we file defamation case? No, because there is a record on what you have said. And third party, yes, of course, the conversation is listened by the third party, but this is the third party deciding on the facts, okay, because you are speaking based on that, their understanding, so it cannot be done. Okay. Now, defamation is civil as well as criminal case. It's not only civil case, but also criminal, which means you can ask compensation as well as you can ask for imprisonment. Okay. Now, what happened is, this is a regular debate in Indian society, Indian polity, that defamation should not be criminal. The loophole is, in case of criminal case, whenever criminal case is filed against you, you have to be present in the court of law to attend the trial. Only if the judiciary gives you exemption, you need not. But mostly, if criminal case is filed, you have to be present. Civil case, you can send your advocate. It's not that you need to be present. Okay, you need not be present. Okay, fine. Now what happens is, supposing there is a minister. The minister has a political opponent. He does not like the political opponent. Always the political opponent is speaking something. So the minister wants to control this person. So the minister can file numerous cases, numerous criminal cases across the districts. Okay, now it happened in Tamil Nadu. Ms. Jayalalitha did not like Vijaykanth. And Vijaykanth was moving one district to another district, and everywhere he was criticizing the government. Political criticism. Now what Ms. Jayalalitha did is, she filed criminal cases in all 30 districts on him. So he has to move from one district to another district every day. Now the case need not be proven. See, in India, process itself is punishment. You need not punish the individual. Okay, you just file a case on that individual. Okay, you can harass the individual, you can publish about him, and make him come to the court regularly. So you can harass the individual by case process. If some of you go and tell your friends, I'll file a case. Okay, tell them, don't do that. Better we solve the problem outside the court of law. Okay, matters can be easily resolved. Okay. So what happened is, some activists said the government is using defamation case in a wrong way. They are trying to stifle the voice of opposition. They are trying to suppress the activists. So because the law is criminal, it is misused. So why can't we make it civil? So even they filed a case in the Supreme Court. They have requested the government did not respond. And finally, judiciary said, no, defamation case will remain as criminal act. Because if you convert it into a civil case, what will happen? Civil case, only penalty, 0.1. Second is, in India, a civil case, in order to complete, on average, it takes 22 years for a civil case to complete. Okay, there are cases which is pending for 64 years. Okay, even the petitioner's grandsons, granddaughters have died. Okay, but still the court case is going on in the civil case. Okay, so civil case drags so much. So what will happen? We know age of our politicians. They're saying something now. They can be punished only after their death. Okay, after death it will become irrelevant. So they will not even pronounce the judgment because the person is dead. And one more thing is that in case of civil case, only penalty, paisa. Okay, so those people who are rich, politicians are rich, so they will speak anything and they'll say, okay, I'll pay the fine. And Donald Trump, if he knows the law, okay, that defamation is only civil, he will speak whatever. Already, whenever he speaks, only lies comes out of his mouth. Okay, God saved the world, not even America, I'd say. God saved the world by change of the president in USA. Okay. Now, I will give one example. In Chennai, if you are in Chennai, you will find that share autos will run, that white color share autos. Is it legal to run that share autos? No. Government has allowed only that yellow color, design, yellow color share autos to run. Okay. This type of share autos cannot be run. But still they are running. How? The fine for using that as a share auto is 100 rupees. Okay, but normally a person who's running in a very profitable route, they'll be taking around 2,000 rupees to 2,500 rupees per day. Okay, they will earn that money. But yeah, they have to keep working right from morning till evening. They should keep working. 2,500 rupees. In that, 500 rupees they'll give as a rent to the owner of the vehicle. Then diesel and petrol, and this is another 800 rupees to 1,000 rupees, so 1,500. So remaining 1,000 rupees. Okay, in that 1,000 rupees, 1,000 to 1,200 rupees, when the traffic police is fining them, 100 rupees only. And we have a rule that if you are fined for that day, the entire day you cannot be again fined. So what happens is, if you have paid the fine already, the entire day you can once again use the vehicle. So if you minus that 100 rupees also, 1,000 rupees they are earning. So monthly, without any investment, without anything, they are earning 30,000 rupees to 35,000 rupees. So they are ready to pay the penalty. Fine. In India, most of the penalties for civil laws are very, very minimal, 100 rupees. Recently even Motor Vehicles Act, last year, 2018, they amended in order to increase the penalty, a right decision. So court said that civil case, if you say penalty, means people will be keeping the money readily in the pocket and say that, okay, I'm going to tell this about you, defame. If you put fine, I'll pay the fine and go. But when it is criminal, no, you will fear to go to jail. Okay, so usually people, at least being in jail is very, very tough. Okay. Lucky if you are treated as a political prisoner, otherwise you have to sleep on the floor. Okay, the same cell, the toilet is also without doors, the toilet will be in the same place. And you have to stay with other fellows, and it's like you cannot move outside. Okay, curtailment of liberty is very difficult. Corona would have made you realize that. Okay, virtually we have been inside the houses. people would have felt about, the value of liberty and value of freedom of movement. Okay. So that is why judiciary said defamation should be a criminal act. And moreover, defamation is also a criminal act because it is an act against society. Defamation is also a criminal act because it is an act against society. Why? Supposing there are two doctors. One doctor is a very good doctor. Let us assume he is 5 rupees doctor. There is another doctor who is a bad one. Okay. Now all the patients are going to this 5 rupees doctor because less price, good health care. Okay, they're happy. Now this bad doctor spreads a bad message, a rumor, telling that if you go to that 5 rupees doctor, he will take your organs, he will take your kidney and sell it in the market. Just a rumor, false accusation. Now people will start to fear and never go to the 5 rupees doctor. They may go back to the bad doctor. So now you may think that it is just a conflict between two individuals. But what has happened? You have prevented that 5 rupees good doctor not to serve the society, or you have prevented him from doing good to the society. So whenever you are defaming, you are actually reducing the reputation of good people so that they are not able to contribute to the society. And generally good people only will be famous. Okay, so that is why judiciary said defamation should remain as a criminal act. So mains examination, how they may ask, do you think defamation should be made as a civil law? Okay, so after discussing all that, all these things, you can take a stand that defamation should remain as a criminal act. If you're an activist, you can say it can remain as a civil. If you're a political person, you can say that it can remain as a civil. But as a bureaucrat, okay, we need freedom of speech and expression, but that should not result in so much of defamation. Okay. Whenever the rights of the individual is involved and rights of the society is involved, and there is a conflict, rights of the society will prevail. Next is contempt of court. Okay. What is contempt of court? If it is defamation for individual, it is contempt of court for the court. If you speak something which defames the court, which reduces the reputation of the court, it is called as contempt of court. Now, there are two types of contempt. You can take note: civil contempt and criminal contempt. Civil contempt is willful disobedience. Criminal contempt is interference in the administration of justice. Interference in the administration of justice. Why? What is willful disobedience? Now the court is giving some order, and if you're not listening to the order, court may issue a civil contempt. Now assume that you're a district collector. Court is issuing an order telling that you have to do this particular activity. But from political reasons, some issues, you are not able to implement the order. Okay. Now whether the court can issue a contempt petition on you, yes, contempt can be issued against you, but it is only civil contempt. Listen very carefully, civil contempt. What if it is a criminal contempt? Criminal contempt means you have to go to the prison. Civil contempt means the government will ask to pay a fine, or the judiciary will just ask, reprimand you, okay, scold you, and say that now I'm giving you another 1 month time, do this activity. That's all. Now assume that in case if you are not able to implement the court order, if you can be present, how many of us will be writing the civil service examination? Just imagine. See, there are some practical situations in which we cannot implement the court order. For example, I'll tell you this. The court has issued an order, Supreme Court, that during Deepavali, you have to burst the crackers only between morning 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. And then evening once again 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Other than that, you should not burst the crackers. That year when the court order came, I witnessed near my house. People burst the crackers double time, actually more than the usual average time. They burst the crackers more. And they burst the crackers only out of the time. The time when judiciary said you should not, that time they burst the crackers. Now, can the judiciary call the police and say that, see, you have not implemented my order, so I'm going to initiate criminal contempt, you should go to jail? Not possible, right? In administration, sometimes there will be some practical situations where we are not able to implement the court's order. Okay, so that is why only civil contempt can be issued for willful disobedience. So if you're not able to implement the court orders, court will call you and ask for the reason. They will not send you to jail. Okay, this is protection for officers. Next is criminal contempt. Criminal contempt is interference in administration of justice. There are two things. You can interfere in the administration of justice by tampering the evidence, or scold, or going and threatening the eyewitness, or giving an interview to the media to tilt the case. All these things are called as criminal contempt, interference in the administration of justice. Now, sometimes when you ask politicians about a particular case, they will say that the matter is sub judice. Matter is under the consideration of the court of law, so I will not speak. The reason is, if they are speaking and if they are shaping the public opinion, they can be charged with criminal contempt, they can go to jail. Okay, so that is why politicians are very careful. When asked about a case, they do not open up their mouths. Okay. Now, recently Prashant Bhushan case, okay, you may have in mind, he was subjected to contempt petition. No, he was subjected to criminal contempt, in which punishment could be either jail or anything. So symbolically, the court gave 1 rupee fine. Okay. Because court, after initiating all these things, if they back and if they leave the person, it would be once again damaging the reputation of the court of law. So that is how they fined just 1 rupee symbolically as a token punishment and left the matter there. Now, whether the court can issue criminal contempt or civil contempt for everything, not necessarily. It is the discretion of the judiciary. We must remember, contempt of court is a discretion of the judiciary. We have a law, contempt law, which talks about what judiciary should do in these circumstances. But initiating a contempt of court itself is a discretion of the court of law. You may be wondering, okay, why? Because there is difference between political decision and judicial judgment. A political decision will be accommodating the interest of all, needs of all, whereas judicial decision will be favorable to one party. Definitely it is going to affect other party. For example, Ayodhya judgment. When they said Ram Mandir can be built, okay, Hindus are happy, but Muslims are not happy. Definitely you will be hurting the party which has lost the case. So definitely there will be criticism. Okay, when you lose the case, definitely you will criticize. What if the criticism is normal, or criticism is going to die down in soon? Okay, then judiciary will not worry about it. The judiciary will wait for the criticism to die down. Only when they find the criticism is too much and it is extending again and again, they will initiate the contempt of court. In Prashant Bhushan case, First he made some statement, judiciary did not bother. Once again he tweeted something, judiciary did not bother. Third, he openly spoke in media. Okay, so now they felt that it is a continuous attack on the judiciary, so something has been done, so they initiated the contempt of court. If you ask me personally, I would say that what court has done is wrong. But as per the law, the court waits for 2-3 instances. If there is continuous assault on the reputation of the court of law, they will go for contempt of court. Okay, done. Any doubts in this? So next is we will be talking about freedom of assembly. There's one relevant question. If it is they're asking that since it is against state only, then how protest against private companies like Sterlite takes place? True. But when you are protesting against a private company, who's coming to disperse the crowd? Who disperses the crowd? The police. So the police cannot disperse the crowd. You have the right to assemble in the public place, okay, with some reasonable restrictions. Okay, so the state is also involved in this case. The state cannot disperse the crowd. Okay, so before going to the next freedom of assembly, let me take questions. Shivapriya, yes.
Sir, I have a general doubt, sir. Negative means state cannot interfere. Positive means state can interfere with some restrictions. So generally in the article, I guess, 1 minute, sir. Article 15, we say it is negative in nature, no, sir.
Yes, yes.
But we have some restrictions, or means exemptions also. So exemptions means it is positive only, no, sir. We have some discrepancy.
Exemptions may be positive or negative. In fact, the exemptions are there because government will act. Exemptions may be positive.
So this article 15 is negative or positive, sir? In general.
In general, article 15 class 1 is negative.
Negative. Okay. Okay. So if exemptions are coming, then we will tell it as positive.
Yes.
That. Okay, sir. Clear, sir. Thank you.
2036406.
Hello, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, in recent news, it's been constantly occurring that the Attorney General has refused to grant consent for initiating contempt proceedings. Like, what's the role of Attorney General in contempt proceedings, sir?
See, the contempt law says that if at all you are initiating a proceeding, it should be coming from the court of law. Okay, so before the court of law is doing that, they will consult with the Attorney General. Is it as a case? Okay, so he can give his opinion. But if the judiciary feels that that contempt is worth pursuing, they can do so. Only opinion can be received from the Attorney General.
Okay, sir. Sir, one more question. I saw in a movie that certain people of scheduled caste were filing a case that they wanted to take their father's dead body over the street of upper caste, and the court ruled in their favor. But later, the police personnel, they didn't allow it. So, is it a civil contempt or criminal contempt, sir?
Civil contempt. Civil contempt. If it is known that it is a deliberate attempt, see, it is a interpretation only. Okay, so they are saying civil contempt is willful disobedience, which means you are disobeyed the order. But if the order is issued to give justice, there is injustice happened to them. Now to do justice, the court has issued order. Now we are purposefully interfering or not obeying the court order to deny the interference in the this thing. You can go for criminal contempt, but judges know that the police would have acted on the behest of government. So usually they don't attack the officers. But if the judges think, they can go for criminal contempt also. But judges refrain from that. Now, because police officials would listen to the government and act. Then if you are bringing them to the problem, or bringing them to the issue, then the police officials all will resign in mass, or nobody will be interested to take up to the police work. So,
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
2076-983. Unmute and speak now. Fast. We don't have time.
Okay, sir. Two questions. First one is the slander and libel. And just to give a difference, sir. As you said, slander can be a spontaneous reaction. Is it so? Or,
Wait. Can you repeat the question one by one? First question, yes.
the slander and libel. Okay, the slander is a spontaneous reaction, no? Means if I am talking with the two friends.
Mostly.
What, sir?
Mostly it is.
You can give some libel. What is the case, sir?
Sorry?
Libel.
Libel is, you are going to publish means you have planned it. Okay, it is very planned one, executed with the intention, clear intention of defaming. So that will invite more punishment.
So for slander, there is no defamation. For libel, can I take there will be defamation?
Slander also there will be punishment, but relatively less punishment compared to libel.
Okay. Sir, and the last question, okay. Now coming to the content of court, okay. Take the Prashant Bhushan case also. Why the court has given a criminal contempt of court? Okay, it could have been given a civil contempt of court, no, sir. And in many countries, I heard there is no contempt of court is available because it restricts into the right of freedom and speech. Is it so, or what is your opinion on it?
It depends on every country. Okay, what is the level of freedom of speech and expression you give? In case of India, it's a multicultural society, and there is a possibility that even a normal saying of yours may hurt others. Okay, so in India's case, okay, contempt of court is required because I told you, judgments cannot favor all, and the multicultural society. Okay, so in a homogeneous society, people belonging to one group only, there's no much difference in the society. There you can give complete freedom of speech and expression. We can even avoid contempt of court. And where people, citizens, criticize with rationality, you can avoid. But in India's case, okay, judiciary will be criticized, wrongly also. Okay, so as long as we are not becoming a mature society, we cannot remove the contempt of court law according to me.
Okay. Thanks.
Gobi.
Hi, sir. Good evening. Sir, recently we had two contempt of court cases handled by Supreme Court. One is this Justice Karnan case, and another is this Prashant Bhushan case. So in both the cases, they had spoken against the judiciary, against the work of Supreme Court and other things. But one was treated differently, and other was treated very differently. If you look at Karnan, Justice Karnan, he was given imprisonment and all, but Prashant Bhushan was given repeated they requested him to apologize repeated times. They asked him to apologize, and then they fined him just ₹1 and let him go like that. So why these things are happening, sir? How?
See, we can have two opinions on this. Okay, first opinion is what the media and other people are saying. They're saying that Justice Karnan belongs to a lower caste and Prashant Bhushan to a higher caste, so that was the differential treatment. But we must know what is their designation. Justice Karnan was part of the judiciary, whereas Prashant Bhushan is outside judiciary. He's an advocate only, senior advocate. The criticism of the insider is, or accusation of the insider will be seen with more truth, will be more effect. Okay, because we'll tell that, okay, he's a fellow judge, he only declares that judiciary is corrupt, which means he knows better what is happening, what is rot inside the system. Okay, but when advocate is saying, you can say that he's outside only, he does not know what actually acts inside. Okay, so the intensity is higher, no? And judiciary, there should be internally, there are complaint mechanisms. Okay, so we could have gone on and complained the Supreme Court judge. Okay, and whether that has happened, we don't know. Okay, so we can, in examination, if they ask, we can write in two ways. The general criticism is the difference in caste, but however, okay, the position also should be seen. Okay, an advocate can be just left off because he is outside, but a judge, no, when he inside and he is making a false claim, definitely should send a strong message to the society.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay. So fine. Next, freedom of assembly. Let us talk about freedom of assembly. Okay, take note as and when I discuss. Okay, freedom of assembly should be allowed in only public place, not in private place. Already we saw this. And your freedom of assembly should be peaceful. No violence. During Jallikattu protest, we found that police itself fired things, and they said that the people's gathering has become violent. Okay, and then they involved in lathi charge and other things. So your assembly should be peaceful. If it is violent, it can be dispersed. And your assembly should be unarmed also, which means you should not be carrying any weapons. If you're carrying weapons, you can be removing the crowd or dispersing that assembly. Now, what are the reasonable restrictions for freedom of assembly? Okay, it is security, public order. Security and public order, only two. Okay, now once again, these two are non-self-executory. These two are non-self-executory. When it is non-self-executory, we will go for curfew. Okay, section 144 of CRPC. It says that people should remain inside their homes. Obviously, we know because of Corona. Okay, so we need to have a law which says that which one disturbs the public order, which was unlawful assembly. So we have many provisions in CRPC and IPC which says that what constitutes unlawful assembly. In that case, the crowd can be dispersed. Now remember, freedom of assembly also involves freedom to protest, demonstrate, but not to strike. Freedom of assembly means you can demonstrate. What is the difference between demonstration and strike? Just imagine that public bank employees want to protest the government. They're just wearing a black badge on their shoulders, or they're just shouting the slogan, in the break, in the lunch break, and coming and doing their work. It is called as demonstration. But striking is if you stop their day-to-day activities, that is strike. If you don't come for the bank, if you don't open the bank, that is called as striking. Okay, striking is illegal. Striking is illegal. Bandh, okay, requesting all the shops to be closed is also illegal. But you may be asking, sir, sometimes bandh is happening. The government is not able to take any action. Government is not making any arrest. It is allowing the bandh to happen. Okay, just imagine if there is a big crowd. And all of them are supporting the bandh. Now, whether you can arrest all of them and send to prison, no. So in a society, out of 100 people, 2 people are doing wrong, you can send them to prison. But if all people, except for 2, 98 people are doing wrong, only 2 is correct. What can be done? You cannot arrest all. So during a bandh, even though if it is illegal, if there is a people support, police will not be able to arrest. And moreover, when you arrest, no, it should stop the problem. It should not infuriate the problem further. It should not increase the problem further. So before making any arrest, the police will decide whether to go for an arrest or not. Okay. So freedom of association involves right to form trade unions as well as cooperative societies. Okay, freedom of association also means negative right not to join the association. It involves not to join the association. Now underline the cooperative societies. Okay, it's a very important provision, cooperative societies, because it was added recently in the year 2012, 97 Constitutional Amendment Act. Okay, it says that okay, if at all people create a cooperative society, the cooperative societies cannot be dismantled. What was happening is, in states and all, whenever a political party comes to power, they create the cooperative society. So in this cooperative societies, they will appoint their own political persons. Okay, and corruption will take place. So when new government is coming, new political party is coming, they will dismantle the existing cooperative societies and establish their own cooperative societies. So to avoid this problem, the Parliament has amended the constitution and added cooperative societies under freedom of association. So now when a cooperative society is established, it cannot be dismantled at all. It can never be dismantled at all. Okay. Then we have security, public order, and morality as the reasonable restrictions. These three are reasonable restrictions. Movement and residence. Next fundamental right is movement and residence. Okay. So movement can be termed as internal movement and external movement. Internal movement and external. Internal movement means moving within India. Within India's territory, moving. External movement is moving outside India and coming back inside India. So internal movement is done by internal and external movement is done by, okay, sorry, internal movement is dealt by Article 19, whereas external movement is dealt by Article 21, freedom of movement. Okay, then residence, there are two types of residence, permanent residence or temporary residence. In India, you can be both permanent as well as temporary resident in any state. Earlier, when Jammu and Kashmir special status was there, Article 370. Okay, when Article 370 was there, can anybody please enable the video now? Okay. Nobody's there. Okay. Fine. Before this 370 was there, there was a separate concept called as permanent resident for Jammu and Kashmir people under Article 35A. But now you don't worry, you can stay in other country, you can stay in any state permanently or temporarily, not a problem. But there are reasonable restrictions, two reasonable restrictions. One is in the interest of general public and in the interest of scheduled tribe. So these are the reasonable restrictions. What do we understand by this? Supposing during Epidemics Act of 1894, It says that during pandemic, people can be asked to remain inside their houses. Okay, so in the interest of general public, we are restricting the movement, internal movement. In the interest of scheduled tribe, the main problem of the scheduled tribe is the interference of non-tribal over the tribal area. Okay, a non-tribal person may enter into tribal area and may take all its resources. So to avoid that, we have said non-tribal shall not be entering into the tribal areas. There is a concept called as inner line permit, which means some states like Nagaland, okay, Mizoram, Manipur and all, in order to enter inside these states, you have to get an inner line permission to ensure the movement of people are regulated. And ensure that non-tribals are not entering into the tribal areas. Okay, so this is about movement and residence. Then we are going to talk about right to occupation. Next one. Right to occupation involves right to do business as well as trade. It's not just occupation, it's just employment, but also it involves the right to do any business or trade. See, sometimes the state, by freezing your occupation can threaten you. For example, you are an activist, you are talking about a social problem near your house. Now what happens is the government wants to stifle your voice. So the government can freeze on your occupation, touch your occupation, so that you will not be able to open the mouth. Simple IT raid, fine. What is the purpose of IT raid? Okay, just to threaten people, that's all. Okay. And whatever information they're collecting, will say that I'll file case. They'll keep the information, they will never file case. Okay, the purpose of IT raid is to control people, that's all. Okay, fine. So that is why demonetization occurred, It actually strengthened the central government, because during demonetization, a lot of money was flowing because big people are exchanging the old notes and new notes. Our government identified who and all as having black money. But did you see no black money came out? And even recently, Shekhar Reddy's case of Karnataka, media shot in the video that crores of rupees of new 2000 rupees note within 4 days of demonetization is in his hand. It is caught up in video. Now government is saying that there is no evidence. The judiciary said no evidence, the person is free. Okay. Now government knew, okay, authorities know who and all is having black money, they identified it, but they kept it for future. Okay, if somebody is creating trouble, see, I know that you are having black money, I will file a case with you. So immediately take the complaints of the individual. Okay, fine. So likewise, you may be a very honest person, but when your occupation is touched, what you will do? In Tamil Nadu, there is a concept called as punishment posting. Okay, my place, Nilgiris, is very good place. Okay, Ooty, for tourists. When you come to tour, it's fine. But if government post is done, if you are posted in Ooty for government post, June, July, August, we cannot come out. Okay, so we are not got practice to quarantine already, isolation already. Because incessant rainfall, without even a small stop, incessant rainfall will be there during monsoon. Cannot come outside at all. So a person from plains is appointed in Nilgiris, definitely there is going to be a problem for them. They will not be able to. And December, so much of cold, and not be able to bear it. Okay, so Ooty is called as punishment posting. Okay, so if government thinks that a particular official is not cooperating, they'll straightly shunt away that person to Ooty. Okay, there is a board called as T board. Okay, it should be managed by an IAS officer. Okay, so you'll be shunted to that post. Okay, so that is why we have right to occupation, telling that the government should not touch your occupation in order to ensure that you are enjoying your civil rights. What are the reasonable restrictions? The government can say that there is qualification for doing a job. For example, if you want to practice as a doctor, the government may say that you have to complete 5 years, how surgeon you have to do, you have to clear particular exam, then only will give the government job. Yes, qualification can be there. Okay. Then monopoly, if the government wants to take a business or trade for themselves, okay, then that is also possible. The government can take a trade for itself. or business for itself, and say that private sector should not do that. It can be done. So we had three sectors like that. One is atomic energy, railways, and defense. So these three things were kept with the government only. No other people, private people cannot do that. Right now, atomic energy alone is with the government. Railways and defense, we have started to privatize. Okay. So if government declares some sector as a monopoly to itself, it won't be a violation of fundamental right. It won't be a violation of right to occupation. Any doubts in this? Okay. Okay, so let's have a 5 minutes break. Okay, because we have done with Article 19. Next, we have to go to Article 20. Okay, so before we go to 20, let's have a 5 minutes break and then we will discuss further. Hope I'm not rushing through. If you have doubts, please ask. Yes, Kishore.
Sir, explain on the freedom of association. The rights are moved very quickly, sir.
Sorry?
Freedom of association, can you show the slides again?
Want the slide?
Yeah.
Priya.
Sir, my doubt is this right to occupation affects economic democracy, no, sir?
We do not say it is affecting democracy, it is enhancing economic democracy. Right to occupation enhances economic democracy.
No, if government is interfering, then.
You're right. You're right.
Okay, sir. And regarding this freedom of forming association and assembly, that plays foundation for civil society, no, sir? That makes civil society powerful.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. That's it.
So, how do we actually define a right as positive or negative? If you could explain that one more time.
Okay. So can I do it after the break? Actually, it is a relevant question. I should explain to all.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Sir, one more doubt here, Kishore. Sir, as you said, the occupation, the government should not touch in your occupation. Okay, if take some cases, the people are selling the illegal liquor bottles outside that wine shop, and by the time the government can interfere, no, sir. Why it is not mentioned in the constitution, sir?
With regarding to liquor bottle.
Liquor bottle selling outside, sir. If someone like selling outside the top market, no, the police caught them and
police should do it.
They're
not doing. Police should do. State should stop it. They're not doing what to do. That is going to them also.
No. Right, sir, but it is not given in this. You should not do illegal business and all. It's not given in the constitution, no, in the article right of occupation.
We are talking about fundamental rights part, so we will talking only when there is a danger for job. So illegal occupation is dealt by law, CRPC. When you are involved in illegal occupation, you can be arrested and sent to prison.
Okay.
Can be kept in the. Okay, so 5 minutes from now. Okay, so it's 6:05, 6:10 we'll meet. Okay, so let us start the class. Before going for the class, there was a doubt asked by Sri Lakshmi that how rights are negative. There is a character that rights are negative. Okay, fundamental rights are negative. DPSP is positive. Okay, directive principles of state policy is positive. Okay. Now, how we are saying that it is negative? See, just imagine that there is a small village. The northern part of the village, they are forming cooperative societies. The southern part of the village, they are not forming the cooperative societies. Now, when I say cooperative societies is a fundamental right, the government should not go and dismantle the cooperative societies that is existing in northern village, the northern part of the village. When I say cooperative society is a fundamental right, it doesn't mean the government should go and create cooperative societies. Fundamental right means the government should not remove the existing cooperative societies. Cooperative societies as a fundamental right doesn't mean government should go and create cooperative societies. So first, clear no, negative means government is not acting. Government is not going and dismantling the existing cooperative societies. Government will fold its hand, allow the cooperative societies to exist. But when it is come to positive, the government will involve in an action. And it will go and facilitate wherever there is no cooperative society, it will call people and say that, okay, come form the cooperative society. Okay, fine. So that is why we say fundamental rights are generally negative in character. It means the state will not act. The state will not come and interfere. Same way, right to occupation is there, which means if you have occupation, state will not come and interfere in your occupation. Doesn't mean state will provide occupation for all. Okay, state should provide occupation for all is in DPSP. Positive. Okay, there. Here, your occupation cannot be touched. Okay, likewise. Now, rights with respect to conviction for offences. Rights with respect to conviction for offences. Now, before understanding this article, Article 20, we must know the difference between these four words: accused, acquit, convict, and sentencing. Accused means you are just alleging, you are just blaming that a person has done the mistake. You are telling that you might have done the murder, you might have done the theft, like that. When you are accusing, when you are alleging, it is called as accusation. Now, accused is not criminal because his crime is not proved. We have just your complaint that this person might have done the mistake. What is acquit? Acquit means you are declaring that the person has not done the crime, he is free. That is, judiciary will say, you have not done the crime, no evidence, evidence is not there, so you are free. What do you mean by convict? Conviction is, it means that you have done the crime, so the judiciary will confirm your crime. That is called as conviction. Conviction is confirmation of the crime, telling that you have done the mistake. Then sentencing. Okay, it means punishing the person. Telling the quantum of punishment, how much time the person has to be in prison. Like that, if you say, it is called as sentencing. Okay. Now, this third point, conviction, convict. See, this article is about conviction. Rights with respect to conviction for offenses, which means you have done the crime. You have done the crime. Now, punishment is given. You are going to be punished. So, what is the right that a criminal has? See, most of us may think fundamental rights is only for innocent persons. But Article 20 talks about the rights of criminals also. Okay, it talks about the rights of those people who are going to be punished. What is the right? They should be proportionately punished. Very simple. They should be proportionately punished. There is no disproportionate punishment. You cannot give a huge punishment. According to the severity of the crime, you will be punished. Okay. So then comes the first provision of Article 20, no ex post facto law. Okay, listen and then take notes. Okay, don't be in a hurry. Everything will be told. I just want to save the time in typing it, because when I write, we can write fastly in the board. Okay, but typing takes a lot of time. That is why only I have a pre-prepared PPT. Okay, so don't be in a hurry. Everything will be told. Yeah. No ex post facto law means, the word post means after. Facto means the event, after the event. So no law after the event has taken place. Listen, I'll give you a scenario. Okay. So while taking class, supposing I'm critical of the present Prime Minister. So far, I have not criticized him because I know the consequences. Okay. Now, the Prime Minister does not like me. Okay, so he's thinking how to put this fellow inside jail. He's saying what are the activities I'm doing. My primary activity is teaching and teaching polity. So today he creates a law saying that teaching polity is a criminal offense. And that too, teaching from 2012 for 8-9 years. Okay, it will result in death penalty, subjected to death, no mercy. Okay, like that, he is declaring through the parliament. And he says that the law is applicable from 2012. See, if today law is created and they say teaching polity is a criminal act, I would pack my bags and run to my hometown, native. Okay, I'll go and hiding. I will not repeat the same, because until today it is legal act, so I am doing it. If government declares it is an illegal act, I will refrain from doing that. Okay. And now what happens is, the government wants to target me, so the legal act I'm doing, they're converting into a criminal act and say that it is applicable from a back date. Now I'm caught. I have to be in jail. But it is not reasonable, right? Okay. So if you leave this, what will happen? Governments may create law and say it is applied retrospectively, and the entire opposition will be inside jail. Let us assume that Rahul Gandhi has to be put inside prison. Suppose Rahul Gandhi is driving a Tata Innova car. They may declare those who are driving Tata Innova car is a criminal, and that applies from the back date. Chances are there. This has happened in history. Okay, they will wait for their enemy to do a mistake, to do something, and make it as a criminal law, apply it retrospectively, and put them inside the jail. So that is what they're saying, no law after the event has taken place. In other words, no retrospective law. The word retrospective means from a back date. So today you are creating a law and you are applying from, say, January to 2020, then it is retrospective law from a year back date. Okay, from a back date. The opposite of retrospective is prospective law. Prospective, which means today you create a law, you will say that it is applicable from tomorrow. That is prospective law. Okay, when you are applying from back date, it is called as retrospective law. So this particular article provision is about no retrospective law. Now I'll have to ask you one question. Listen carefully. Supposing in 2014, a person is doing an act, and that act invites a punishment of 10 years. Okay, 10 years. Now there is another point, 2016. They are increasing the punishment to 15 years. But the case filed in 2014 is still running in the court of law. It is not, judgment is not given. Okay, now what happens is the judgment is delivered in the year 2020. Now what will be the punishment given? Whether the punishment will be for 15 years or whether it will be for 10 years. What will be the punishment? Yes, I'm getting some text messages. 10 years. Very good, very good, very good. 10 years. Okay. It's not 15 years. So increase in quantum of punishment will not be applicable, which means the person shall be punished by a law. The person shall be punished by a law which was in force at the time of committing of the crime. It was when the law was in force at the time of committing of the crime. Good. Now, let me give you another thing. Supposing in 2014, same, the law says the punishment is up to 10 years. In 2016, they are changing the law and say that the same crime would involve only 5 years punishment. 2020, they are giving a punishment. The final judgment comes in 2020. Now tell me what would be the punishment, whether it's 10 years or 5 years. It is 5 years. It's 5 years. Good, good. Some of, mixed answers are coming. Good, they have attempted. It is 5 years. And you may be wondering why. Because increase in quantum of punishment, you did not apply. But decrease in quantum of punishment, we are saying that it will be applicable. Because we are talking about fundamental rights, we are talking about liberty. Article 19 to 22 is about liberty. Okay. So what happens is we will accept a provision when it is enhancing the liberty. But when it curtails liberty, we will not apply. So in the first case we saw, it's curtailment of liberty. The first case, it is curtailment of liberty. Meaning, you are increasing the punishment. So more number of years the person has to be in prison. So his liberty is curtailed more. But when you are reducing the punishment, you are enhancing the liberty, which means the person should be in prison for 5 years only. Remaining 5 years you will be at liberty. But some of you may ask, sir, is there not a loophole? Yes, there is a loophole. I will tell you. What happens is, let us assume this scenario. Okay. So before talking about this scenario, a disclaimer, I am not mentioning anybody. Okay. So supposing there is a chief minister and the chief minister has a friend, and the chief minister's friend is doing a crime, and the chief minister knows that her friend will get punishment and go to jail. His or her friend, I'm sorry I mentioned her. So now it is a state law. So what the chief minister can do, the chief minister can go to the state legislative assembly, make an amendment to the law, reduce the years of punishment. And in the state, only state legislative assembly is there, it is easy to pass law. Okay, so the chief minister may amend the law in order to safeguard the friend. Possibility is there. So you may ask, sir, is it not a loophole? Yes, agreed, it is a loophole. But there is some other instance also. A government may reduce the quantum of punishment. The government may reduce the quantum of punishment, say from 10 years to 5 years, because it thinks that the punishment is disproportionate punishment. If it is proportionate punishment, okay. The state legislative assembly or parliament has reduced the punishment because they thought it is disproportionate. In the starting of the article itself, I told you, the purpose of Article 22 is to give proportionate punishment. If disproportionate punishment is given, it is a violation of fundamental right. So we are thinking positively, okay? We are not thinking that there will be misuse of the law. We are hoping that the chief minister and the prime minister, when they go and create laws in their respective parliament and state legislative assembly and reduce the punishment, they will usually do it in order to ensure that disproportionate punishment is converted into a proportionate punishment, not the other way. Okay, so compared to the loophole, they are deciding that, okay, let us give importance to liberty, freedom. Okay, so freedom is more important than the misuse of law. And that is what I told you in the first session before the long break. Misuse of law cannot be a criteria to nullify the law. Misuse of law. Then you should nullify all the law, because any law can be misused by the government or by any individual. Okay, so if there is a misuse of law, you should find out in which criteria they are misusing, and that aspect alone has to be changed. That alone has to be converted. Okay, so this is done. Okay, so fine. Now the third point is no ex post facto law is applicable to criminal case only, not in civil law or civil case. Criminal case only it is applicable. It is not applicable in the civil law. Okay. Now you may be asking why it is applicable in criminal case, not in civil case. In criminal case only there is imprisonment. When you imprison a person, liberty is curtailed. But in civil case there is no imprisonment, no curtailment of liberty. So in criminal case, we are saying no ex post facto law because we don't want the liberty of the individual should be curtailed. In civil case, if you have retrospective law, if you're having a law from the back date. In civil case, if you are having a law from a back date, that will result in only fine, not imprisonment. So liberty of the individual is not curtailed. So that is why they are saying criminal case, no ex post facto law. In civil case, ex post facto law is allowed. In civil case, ex post facto law is allowed. Okay. But I would give you a statement, listen. In case of retrospective law, that is no ex post facto law, it is allowed in civil case. I should say that ex post facto law is allowed in civil case, but it is not desirable. It is not desirable. See, people work with predictability. See, supposing you start a business or you do an activity, you will look at the law, whether the particular activity is legal, whether this is the tax, like that. Now, if you say civil law, retrospective law is allowed for all things you allow, there is no predictability. You cannot be sure that the law will be same. So there is no incentive for you to invest. For example, I'll tell you. In case of India, okay. Supposing you are creating a tax law and say that it is applied from a pre-date. When a businessman, especially from foreign, they invest in India, they'll calculate the cost. They'll say what is the cost for labor, what is the cost for building, what is the cost for land, what is the cost for gestation period. Because until profit is created, what will be the cost? And they'll be also thinking about what would be the cost of tax. Okay, how much percentage of tax has to be paid. So after that, they will calculate what is the profit. So if the profit is viable, then they will invest here in India. Now they're doing 10 years of business, and now government is saying that I'm going to change the tax law and it is going to be applicable from a back date, from a previous date. So what happens is, whatever profit that you have earned will be gone. Okay, because if government is just increasing the tax by 10% or 5%, okay, substantially your profit will be cut, because you have a cutthroat competition. You cannot sell the products to a huge price also. Okay. So that is why governments should ensure that even in civil law there is no retrospective law. Only exceptionally they use this provision. Okay, so civil law, retrospective law is allowed, but it is not desirable. It is allowed, but it is not desirable. Got it? Okay. So this happened in India in Vodafone tax case. No need to talk about that case. Okay, it's it is an example. Because of Vodafone tax, they wanted to pressurize Vodafone to pay tax from the before date. Many companies refuse to come to India. That is a problem. Done. Next is, punishment is based on law in force at the time of committing of the crime. That is what we already saw. Okay, the meaning of no ex post facto law. Next is no double jeopardy. Okay, no double jeopardy. Okay, so here double means two or more. Okay, it's not exactly two. Jeopardy means judicial punishment. The word jeopardy means judicial punishment. Now, it means that no more than one judicial punishment, or a person cannot be punished for a crime twice. A person cannot be punished for the same crime twice. Here only you will get a lot of doubt. I'll tell you the background why double jeopardy has been brought. So when the kings and queens are there, if they do not like an individual, in first case in no ex post facto law, what we saw, they will identify what are the actions done by the individual. Then they will say that it is a criminal act and arrest them. Now they have said no ex post facto law is agreed. So another method is, they'll wait for the enemy, political enemy, to do a mistake. The political enemy may do a small issue, okay, small issue or small crime. Now, citing that crime, again and again, the person can be sent to prison. So the kings and queens may keep the person in jail for their entire life. So that should not happen. So if you're doing a crime, you should be appropriately punished. If it's a petty crime, not more than 2 years. If it's a little bit more serious crime, 5 years or 7 years. If it is a very heinous crime, death penalty. Okay. So like that, the law is defined, and at the same time, they said judiciary cannot punish for the same crime twice. Now, sometimes you would have read in the newspaper that a person has been fined plus sent to prison. Is it double jeopardy? No, it is not double jeopardy, because The law says either the person can be fined or jailed or both. So if fine is given, imprisonment is also given. You cannot say that it is a double jeopardy. One of the students asked this doubt, Sir Prashant Bhushan, even though a criminal case was filed against him, why only 1 rupee is fine? So it is up to the judiciary. When judiciary giving their final decision, either fine or imprisonment or both. Okay. So that is not a problem. So if you violate one section of law, based on that law, one punishment should be given. That punishment may be combination of punishments. You cannot call it as a double jeopardy. Now sometimes we will find that judiciary is giving the judgment like this: 5 years imprisonment plus another 10 years of imprisonment. Like that, they may give the punishment. Now in this case, whether it is a double jeopardy, no, that is also not double jeopardy. Now what would have happened is the person would have breached 2 sections of law. He has breached 1 section of law, fine. But if he has breached 2 sections of law, 2 sets of punishments will be given, natural. Supposing a person wants to involve in theft in a particular house, involved in burglary. So he's entering into the house. He's caught by the house owner. So he's trying to escape in that he's killing the house owner also. So theft plus murder. Okay, theft as well as murder. 2 sections of law has been breached, so 2 punishments will be given. You cannot call it as double jeopardy. So if you're breaching 1 section of law, then your punishment should be 1. For the same breach of the same section of law, you cannot be punished twice. Now imagine another scenario. Supposing there is a person A, who is an IAS officer, who is involving in crime, corruption. So that person is sent to jail under Prevention of Corruption Act. Since he is involving in the corruption and he has been jailed, the government, the DOPT, Department of Personnel and Training, it removes that person from the post. They're telling that you. So now, can we call it double jeopardy? Because he's got punishment from the judiciary as well as he's got punishment from the executive. Can we call it as double jeopardy? No, we cannot call it as a double jeopardy, because double jeopardy means judicial punishment. Okay, so based on judiciary, if you say judiciary, they cannot punish twice. But if judiciary punishes in the one hand and the government is punishing in the other hand, you cannot call it as double jeopardy. Sometimes, the IAS officer's family also may abandon him. You cannot say that for the same crime I have been punished thrice. No. Okay. Judiciary cannot punish a person twice for the same crime. That is double jeopardy. Now I'll ask you a question. Double jeopardy, whether it is applicable for criminal case only or it is applicable for civil case also. See the definition and tell me. Okay, the key word is punishment. Using that, tell me whether double jeopardy is applicable for civil case or it is applicable for, whether it is applicable for only criminal case or is it applicable for civil case also. Wait. I'll come. Very good. It applies only for criminal case. Because punishment here, one judicial punishment, imprisonment. And I told you no more than 1 judicial punishment for the same crime. Crime itself means it is criminal act only, not for civil act. Have they mentioned in the constitution? No, they have not mentioned, because logically, jeopardy, imprisonment will become only for criminal law. So they didn't take the effort to mention it in the constitution. But it should be understood it is applicable only for criminal law. So there is a Tamil film, Dost. Okay, so today you can watch that film. It's Sunday, no? Okay. So I've also planned to watch a film with my family. I've already told them, okay, once 7:30 is over, maybe another 15 minutes I will be answering, then we can watch film. And it's more relaxing. Okay, fine. So those film, it talks about double jeopardy only. And in Hindi, Anda Kanun, there is a movie called as Anda Kanun. Even Rajnikant has acted in that film. Okay, it talks about same double jeopardy. And in Hollywood, the same name, double jeopardy, there is a film. Okay, so choice is yours. Okay, so I've given you whether Hollywood or Bollywood or Hollywood, whatever it is. Just watch a film, you will understand the concept of double jeopardy. Okay, so I leave it to you. Okay, I don't want to tell the story because I've explained. Okay, you just watch it. In films, you have to keep the curiosity. Okay, I should not make a spoiler. Okay, next, no self-incrimination. Next one. The third provision of Article 20 is no self-incrimination. One should not be forced to give evidence against himself. One should not be forced to give evidence against himself. Once again, another film I have to tell. So all the directors are inspiring from Polity book only, I think. Constitution of India only. Visaranai film is there, no? Visaranai. That I talked about that also, even before in the first session also. Wherein the police can take you in custody, threaten you or incentivize you. Threaten you or incentivize. Yesterday, we spoke yesterday. And make you accept the crime. That's called a Stockholm syndrome. We spoke about that, Stockholm syndrome. Okay, if you are in custody of a person for a longer period of time, you will not oppose the person. For example, we see the sexual workers and all. No? First, they will be forced into prostitution. After that, you will find that they will have a very positive relationship with the oppressor. That is because, they have been there for a longer period of time. That is why, police custody, Arnab Goswami, they have requested police custody, but the judiciary said no, only judicial custody, because police custody means you should be in lockup every time the investigation officer will come. Okay, if the investigation officer's wife has not cooked the food properly, will enter into the jail and kick you. Okay, so these kind of harassment should not take place. So that is why they are put in the judicial custody. Judicial custody means the person will be under the warden. So if the investigation officer has to go and investigate, they can investigate before the warden only. So there is no chance of harassment because police is under the control of Chief Minister and Home Minister. So political opponents can be dealt differently. That is why they always go for judicial custody. And that is why no self-incrimination, which means nobody shall be forced to give statement against themselves. The statement that you give before the police will be considered by the court, but it will not be the sole piece of evidence to give the final judgment. Only based on the statement that you give to the police, they will not go ahead. You may be asking, sir, what if a person is going and surrendering in the court of law? Whether his surrendering statement will be accepted. The judiciary will consider, okay, fine, you have accepted your crime, wait, they'll call the police and say that, you go and collect evidences which corroborates the statement. Corroborating means it should prove that these are right thing. Corroboration means the statement said by the individual should be proved to be true by the evidences provided. So they'll ask for, please provide for the evidence. So only after the evidence is coming, government will, judiciary will go for the judgment. Now, see, no self-incrimination means just based on the statement of the individual, action will not be taken, because many a time rich people will do mistake, especially this hit and run case. People, drive the car very fastly and they may make an accident, and Because of that, people who are sleeping in the platform, they may lose legs, lives and all. Now when a case is filed, another person will take the responsibility, telling that I only had driven the car, not that person, and they'll take responsibility. They'll give a statement. So the original criminal will not be punished, a proxy will be punished. See, India is a poor country. Okay. Supposing you go to a very poor person and tell that I'll pay you 20 lakhs or 15 lakh, whatever it is. Okay, so you are, for him, entire life is settled. Because every year in maximum what they spend is 1 lakh to 2 lakh rupees. Now 15 lakhs means 15 years, your life is saved. And you say that, okay, you go to jail and come. I'll take care of your family also. Take care of education and all things. People will accept. They'll say, okay, not a problem. People are ready to sacrifice. In case in that Visarani film, what will happen is that female protagonist, I should call. I don't like to call hero, heroine. Female protagonist and male protagonist. Female protagonist will be subjected to acid attack. And the police will convince that, I'll do all the operation. You accept the crime and go to jail for 7 years. If you are going to jail for 7 years, I will do operation and ensure that, she is fine. So this fellow will accept it because, this male protagonist will abundantly love her. So 7 years of imprisonment is nothing for him. So police can do this, and proxy people can be arrested. This should not happen. That is why no self-incrimination. Next is burden of proof. Meaning, if you are asked in the court of law, have you done the crime? You can remain silent. You can refuse to speak. The accused person, if you are being accused that you have done the crime, you need not open the mouth. It is up to the accuser to prove the crime. Okay, it is up to the accuser to prove the crime. The accuser should say that, in what way. So the burden of proof is with the accuser. So usually who is the accuser? The accuser is the police. The police only will file the case. So they are the accusers. They have to prove. Okay, the burden of proof is with the police. Okay. So let me take some questions asking. I'm sorry. Okay, I've given the wrong name. I think Vazhakku 18/9. Okay, so that is the Tamil film. Okay. I think earlier they gave the name Visarani because some copyright issue. They changed the name to Vazhakku 18/19. I think. Okay, anyways, okay, if you are identifying the movie, that's fine. Vazhakku 18/19. So today you are going to watch that film also, or maybe some other day. Okay, because too much of load. Okay. Now polygraphic tests. Okay, polygraphic test and narcoanalysis test. It should not be carried out without the consent of the accused. Without the consent. With the consent of accused, with the permission of judicial magistrate, we can carry out the polygraphic test and narco test. And what is polygraphic test? It is lie detector test. Narcoanalysis test, drug abuse, okay, or using the drug, they will ask you to tell the truth. Now both of them should not take place without the consent of the accused. Why is it so? It is amounting to self-incrimination. And moreover, these are not scientific methods or scientifically 100% proven methods. They're scientific only, but 100% it's not proven. See, how does this polygraphic test work? Lie detector test work? they will put some sensors on your head. Okay. And this sensors will be connected to a computer monitor. Whenever they're asking a question, our psychology works like this. First, we will make the image in our mind, image processing in our mind. We'll think about that incident. And then only we will come out with the answer. Supposing if I am asking you a question, what did you have for lunch? Sunday special, right? Now immediately your mind should have triggered the picture of the plate on which you ate, or banana leaf, okay, and whatever, maybe chicken biryani, okay, or whatever it is, okay, some dal or whatever it is, you will think about that image, okay, of, then you will come to the answer. Then only word processing will take place. Man's mind works with image, then words. I should say human, okay. So, one thing before explaining this further, when you're taking note, make maps, mind maps, draw flow charts, draw some small icons. Okay, so when you're revising, it will immediately get into your mind. Words will not get into your mind easily, but pictures will easily get into your mind. It is called as photographic memory. You have this photographic memory. Easily remember through pictures. Okay. So, supposing you are reading the location of various states of India, okay, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, and all, only with words you can remember. But you see the map, everything will go into your mind. Whenever a question related is asking, you can easily answer. Okay. So, just remember this. Okay. So, image processing will be done. Now, whenever there is image processing on your mind, that will be reflected on the computer monitor. So, I'm asking a question, what did you have for lunch? So, immediately you will think of what you have had for your lunch, and then you will process it and give a word telling that this is what I have had for lunch. Now, when the entire processing will be captured and the computer monitor will show the signal. If you're telling the lie, the part of brain which is working for image processing will not work, or it does not send any impulses. So automatically you can identify that you're lying. This is how lie detector tests are working. Okay, just by reading the brain impulses with sensors. But hardcore criminals, they know this process. So whenever they are asked a question, they will not directly tell the lie. They'll first imagine as if that has happened. Make an imagination. And then they will come out with an answer. So what happens? Automatically the image processing side of the brain will be working. The computer will show the signal that some processing has been done there. So the officers will think that yes, it is a right statement. Okay, in Hollywood, you have this. Okay, there is a film, about a murder. A novelist will making the murder. I forgot the name. Okay. Now the police will ask the novelist certain questions to identify whether she only is involved in the crime. She will answer in such a way that she will imagine everything and say, so the police official says, no, she's not lying, she's telling the truth only. Okay. So lie detector test is not 100% proven, so that any statement comes out of polygraphic test will not be the sole piece of evidence for giving the final judgment. It may be considered to get a lead. And now comes narco analysis test. Some people you give the drug, even small amount of drug you give, they will go to an ecstatic state. They will come out with all the truth. Some people, okay, you give whatever amount of drug, still they will be very conscious. Okay, their answers will be perfect. So you cannot assess which human being will react to what. They based on response only you can identify. What happens is some people, even taking a small amount of drug, they'll act as if they're gone to the ecstatic state, or their nerves have been loosed, and purposefully they will give statement to distract the investigator. Okay, they will give contradictory statements. So when contradictory statements are given, automatically you will not be able to identify. But with the permission of the accused and permission of the judicial magistrate, when these tests are carried out, it may be used as a lead to further find the evidence. Okay, because they will come out with small information which is helpful for the investigator to find out the evidence. Understood? Fine. Now, let us discuss this. Okay. What about collecting the biometric information like fingerprints, collecting the DNA, okay, collecting the mobile phones for investigation purposes? Whether it will be amount to self-incrimination? No. A criminal cannot be forced to give a statement against himself, but evidence can be collected. So the materials that is possessed with the individual, that can be collected. Okay. Any doubts in this? Okay, so Article 20 is done. Okay, now we have to talk about Article 21. Yes. The Article 21 is very important. Already Article 20 is also heavy. So we will take a short 2 minutes break. 2 minutes break. Okay, then I will go to Article 21. Exactly 2 minutes. So relax for some time, then we'll. Okay, let's start again. Now, Article 21 is a very important article. It is called as the core fundamental right. It is called as the core fundamental right. Article 21 is called as the core fundamental right along with Article 19. Okay. So underline the words person, personal liberty, except procedure established by law. No person's right to life and personal liberty shall be curtailed except according to procedure established by law. Okay, now see here they have used the word no person's right to life and liberty shall be curtailed. They're using the word person, they have not used the word citizen, which means this Article 21 is applicable to both citizen as well as foreigner. If Article 21 is applied only for citizen, they would have used the word citizen instead of person. They've used the word no person, which means Article 21 is applicable for foreigners as well as the citizens. Life is so precious, no? So citizen's life, whether it is foreigner's life, liberty, both will be respected. Then here, they're talking about personal liberty. They're talking about personal liberty, meaning non-imprisonment. Meaning of the word personal liberty is non-imprisonment. But the judiciary has changed the meaning from personal liberty to positive liberty. Personal liberty means non-imprisonment, so you cannot arrest a person simply. Right to life means no death penalty. Personal liberty means no imprisonment, except according to certain conditions. But judiciary have changed the personal liberty into positive liberty. We know what is positive. Positive means there will be action of the state. So they have said that in certain cases, the state has to act in order to ensure the liberty. See, for example, right to education, right to information and all is coming under Article 21. Judiciary has inferred many rights. Inferred means interpreted that certain rights will come under Article 21. So last year, they have declared right to convert and right to marry a person of choice is a fundamental right. Hadia's case, I explained you already. Then in Kerala High Court, they have said right to sit down while work is a fundamental right. In textile showrooms and all, you will find people standing continuously, even if customers is there or not. Okay, the jewelry shops also, if you enter, there will be no customer, but all of them will be standing. Okay, so right to sit is one judgment given by the Kerala High Court. Then there is right to sleep also. I'm giving one example. 2012 it happened. Okay, 2014 anti-corruption, India against corruption campaign. Okay, so that is a different story. We don't want the story and all because it's not in current affairs. But right to sleep, which means while sleeping, the police cannot come and arrest you. The police has to wait until you are waking up. So now our people will act as if they are asleep. You cannot wake them up. Now, what do we understand by inferred rights? Inferred rights are interpreted rights. So the judiciary expanded the scope of Article 21. Okay, so they changed the meaning. They said that personal liberty means not only non-imprisonment, but it is also positive liberty. Okay. Now, the next important word is except, which means what? No person's right to life and personal liberty shall be curtailed, but that is not 100%. That's not absolute. If you are a criminal, there is a problem, your life and liberty can be curtailed. The statement that no person's right to life and liberty shall be curtailed is not always true. There are some exceptions. What is the exception? According to procedure established by law. Now, very simple. Instead of according to procedure established by law, just read it as law. I'll explain what is procedure established by law. Okay, but just read it as law. So now read, no person, right to life and personal liberty shall be curtailed except law. Meaning, if Parliament has created an act and Parliament has declared that a particular action is a criminal action, and if you do that criminal action, you will be subjected to imprisonment. You will be subjected to death penalty. So in that case, definitely yes. You can be imprisoned, you can be sent to jail. Otherwise, without the authority of law, if law has not described your act as a wrong act, and law has not mentioned what is the punishment, you cannot be sent inside the prison. You cannot be subjected to death penalty. So first, law should be created and say what are the acts are criminal acts. What are the acts which will invite what type of punishment. Like that detail has to be given. Then you can curtail the right to life and liberty of the person. In other ways, right to life and liberty of the person shall not be curtailed at all. Got it? Okay, any doubts in this? Okay, now let us see what is procedure established by law. But is Kishore as a question? Where are you, Kishore? You raised the hand, disappeared. Yeah, you're there. Yes. Sorry, Kishore, I unmuted you. Please unmute and speak.
Sir, I will ask a question at the last. Continue the class. I will ask the question at the last. Let's continue the class.
Now we have to talk about, procedure established by law. So this is the difference between procedure established by law and due process of law. Difference between due process of law. Now, listen carefully. This is a careful discussion. I'll be discussing multiple things. Finally, I'll conclude. So now, don't take notes. Don't take notes. Just listen. Casually listen what I say. Once again, I will be concluding with connection. Fine. Now, procedure established by law is similar, not same, to parliamentary supremacy. I'll give time to take notes also. Okay. So wait, don't take notes. Similar, but not same to parliamentary supremacy. Meaning, there is some difference between procedure established by law and parliamentary supremacy. And we know what is parliamentary supremacy. Parliamentary supremacy means no judicial review. The example of parliamentary supremacy is UK. In UK, no judicial review. Judiciary cannot review the law. Parliament, whatever law they are creating, it is final. Now, in case of procedure established by law, there may be either no judicial review or there will be limited judicial review. There will be no judicial review or there will be limited judicial review. Or I would say that the process of judicial review will be given in the Constitution itself. The process of judicial review will be given in the Constitution itself. Or in simple words, which of the articles are subjected to judicial review, which of the articles cannot be subjected to judicial review will be given in the procedure established by law. It will be given in the Constitution itself. Now, in Indian Constitution, what are the articles that talks about the judicial review? Article 13 and Article 21. Article 13 and Article 21 talks about judicial review. Okay. Now, what does Article 13 say? If you just think, what does Article 13 say? Article 13 says that whenever a fundamental right is violated by a law, that law can be struck down. Whenever a fundamental right is violated by a law, that law can be struck down. And what does Article 21 say? Just now we saw, no person's right to life and personal liberty shall be curtailed except law. No person's right to life and personal liberty shall be curtailed except law. Fine. So it means that Article 21 says that whenever a law is created under Article 21, whatever law is created in Parliament, it is final. Okay. So when it comes to Article 21, you have to read the procedure established by law like this. Instead of the word procedure, you just put law. Established by Parliament. Okay. Instead of the word procedure, you have to use the word law. Instead of the word law, put Parliament. So now read it again. Law established by Parliament. Law established by Parliament. Okay. Law So Article 21 says any law created under Article 21 by Parliament, it is not subjected to judicial review. Law established by Parliament is final. So I'll repeat. The procedure for judicial review is given in the Constitution itself in Article 13 and 21. Article 13 says that whenever a law is created, it is violating any of the fundamental rights, it can be subjected to judicial review. But when it comes to Article 21, it says that any law under Article 21, even it may be affecting Article 21, but judicial review is not possible. Except Article 21, all other articles are subjected to judicial review. I would repeat, except laws related to Article 21, laws related to all other fundamental rights is subjected to judicial review. No, wait. I'll give you an example, okay, so that you will be easily able to understand this. There is a law called as or preventive detention. Punitive detention. Preventive detention and punitive detention. Punitive detention is when you are subjected to some proceeding and they are finalizing that you are the criminal, so that you are put inside the jail. It is called as punitive detention. Detention for punishment. If you are doing a crime, so that you are punished, you are sent into prison, it is called as punitive detention. Sometimes you may not have done the crime, but the state is suspecting that you may do the crime. In future, you may do the crime. In that case, it is called as preventive detention. In that case, it is called as preventive detention. Okay, so preventive detention versus punitive detention. Now, punitive detention is okay. You have done the crime, you have been arrested. But preventive detention, is it good or bad? Let me see what is your opinion. Preventive detention. Very good. Bad. Why it is bad? Based on usage. Okay. We have a bureaucratic answer here. Yes, based on usage. Okay. Just think of this. In Tamil Nadu, there was a law. There was an amendment actually. The amendment says that if you are involving in film piracy, you will be subjected to preventive detention. Film piracy means what? Not only uploading the pirated film. Okay. Instead of buying, no, there is this tamilrockets.com is there. Okay. So not only uploading is a film piracy, but also downloading and watching the pirated film is also film piracy. You're not paying for the film, you're downloading. Okay. Fine. At least if the law says, see, that is the difference between punitive detention and preventive detention. Punitive detention means having watched the film, then if the government is arresting you, okay, you've done some crime, so government is arresting you. But preventive detention is if the government is suspecting that you are doing the crime, you may do the crime. So in this film piracy case, if the government is suspecting that you may watch a pirated film, I am giving a lot of movies, for you to watch. So you may be choosing to watch through the pirated versions only. Okay. So UPSC aspirants generally no other go. We have to go with that. So now government may suspect, okay, you're a UPSC aspirant, you have an internet connection, you have a device, okay, whether a laptop or mobile in which you can watch the pirated version. So there is a possibility that you may do the crime. You may involve in film piracy. So I'm going to arrest you. And the detention is for 1 year. Remember, the detention is for 1 year. Now tell me whether preventive detention law is good or bad. It is bad. Because it takes away the liberty of the individual. It takes away the liberty of the individual. You might not have done the mistake. If the state suspects that you may do the mistake, you can be imprisoned. that will be a problem. Going to be a big problem. So now preventive detention is bad, that we agreed, but after 1950, when we had the government working, in the initial years of independence, what happened? There was communal riots, there was separatism, and also there was a situation where you have to build a country. The country has to be constructed from ground. So in that case, those who are against the country has to be subjected to preventive detention, no other go. In fact, we ourselves, the freedom fighters were against the preventive detention. The Jallianwala Bagh massacre. Okay, what happened is a law called as Rowlatt Act was passed. As you know, this Rowlatt Act is actually preventive detention law. Detention without trial, arrest without trial. So 2 leaders were arrested. Okay, I think now you will remember my name. Okay, Dr. Satyapal and Saifuddin Kichlu. I'm not a doctor. So these 2 leaders were arrested based on Rowlatt Act. So they protested the Rowlatt Act. And we know what happened later. So the Indian freedom fighters who wrote the Constitution of India were against the preventive detention. But why should they allow for the preventive detention in the Constitution? Because they thought India is a newborn country. It will face a lot of problems. So those people who are creating problems to the unity of the country should be subjected to preventive detention. So preventive detention laws is bad, but it was required. We'll say it is a necessary evil. Preventive detention is a necessary evil, like coaching, like UPSC coaching. It is a necessary evil. I would say it's an evil, but it is necessary. What to do? There is no government is not telling what books to study for IAS. Government is not giving any coaching. Government is not streamlining the people. They just give the syllabus and make us to shoot at dark. Okay. Likewise, preventive detention is a necessary evil. Now, if in Article 13 alone was there, Article 21, that procedure established by law, if that word was not there, based on Article 13, whenever you are creating preventive detention law, it might have struck down by the judiciary. Because Article 13 says whenever a law is violating the fundamental rights, it is subjected to declared null and void. Okay, subject to judicial review, you can say that it is null and void. So as per 13 preventive detention laws, whenever it is created, it should have been struck down. So now if you want to safeguard preventive detention has to be safeguarded. Okay, in order to ensure the unity of the country. So that is why in Article 21 said any law related to Article 21 should be subjected, should not be subjected to judicial review. So under Article 21 only you will create laws related to preventive detention and punitive detention. Preventive detention laws, when it is created under Article 21, it will not be subjected to judicial review. So to conclude, Article 13 says whenever a law violates the fundamental rights, the law can be struck down. But if it is Article 21, you cannot strike down the law. Article 21 will not be subjected to judicial review. So government can create preventive detention laws and ensure that administration is carried out properly and unity of the country is ensured. Okay. So now initially agreed from 1950, we required protection for preventive detention law. Indira Gandhi's time came. You know about her. I need not explain further. Okay. So anybody who talks against her will be inside prison. Let alone people talking against her. Supposing a person wants to praise Indira Gandhi. Okay, and he starts saying like that. Indira Gandhi is, that's all, you will be inside prison because you have mentioned her name. Okay, she will not even listen whether you have said good or bad about Okay, that is why we call it as emergency as a dark period in democracy. Everybody who's opposed was inside jail. So that is the time judiciary realized that preventive detention law has to be changed. Preventive detention law has to have a new dimension. So what is that dimension? They changed the meaning of procedure established by law to due process of law. They changed the meaning from procedure established by law to due process of law. So what is due process of law? Unlimited judicial review. Which means even Article 21 will come under judicial review. No, Article 21 also will come under judicial review. Article 21 also will come under judicial review. Earlier, this happened in 1978 Menaka Gandhi case. 1978 Menaka Gandhi case. In that, they are changing the meaning to procedure established by law to due process of law. So, which means before 1978, any law related to preventive detention, any law related to Article 21 is not subjected to judicial review. But after 1978, the laws will be subjected to judicial review. The laws will be subjected to judicial review. Good, very good. Your comments are good. Now, so what has happened is ultimately to safeguard the preventive detention laws, Article 21, they said procedure established by law, which means Article 21 will not be subjected to judicial review. Remaining articles of fundamental rights will be subjected to judicial review. And preliminary, what is procedure established by law? Procedure established by law is actually meaning the procedure for judicial review will be given in the Constitution itself. Okay, now I think now you can take down notes. Okay, just copy down the background where you given note. With that, you can take down the difference between procedure established by law and due process of law. Okay. After that, I'll conclude. Please take down. After that, I'll conclude in short. Have you done? Have you taken note? Done. Okay. Okay, so Article 13, 21. Okay, so this is what I was saying. Any law in violation of fundamental rights shall be declared null and void. No curtailment of right to life and liberty except according to procedure established by law. Now, whatever I discussed only, just write down. Done. Okay, so I'll conclude in a very simple manner. Procedure established by law means the procedure for judicial review will be given in the Constitution itself. There may be no judicial review or limited judicial review. Meaning, these articles are subjected to judicial review. These articles are not subject to judicial review, will be given in the Constitution itself. Whereas due process of law means all the articles will be subjected to judicial review, unlimited judicial review, relatively unlimited judicial review. When you come here to procedure established by law, in Indian Constitution, Article 13 and 21 is there. Article 13 says, whenever a law is violating the fundamental rights, it can be struck down, except Article 21. So you create any law based on Article 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24 to 30. If you are violating the fundamental right, that law will be struck down. But any law related to Article 21 will not be subjected to judicial review. Why? Preventive detention laws shall be created by Article 21. Parliament's law is final. Law established by Parliament is final. So you are safeguarding the preventive detention law. That is by procedure established by law. That's all. Now the point is, till 1978 it was there like that. After 1978, they have changed the meaning to due process of law. So when they've changed the meaning to due process of law, it means that now even the preventive detention laws can be subjected to judicial review. That's all. Okay. Now you can ask questions. You can ask questions. Sure, Priya.
Ensuring legal justice, no sir, whether it is law is based on justice or not, they are ensuring.
Due process of law, you're asking about due process of law.
Yes sir.
Legal justice means justice as far as law. We can say due process of law gives judiciary space, okay, to review the law, okay, or it leads to judicial supremacy. Then we can say that it is legal justice.
Okay sir. So what is justice? That should be given in law. That's what they are trying to ensure. What is ethically correct, that should be given as law. That's what they are trying to ensure.
The point is, for example, in Golaknath case, they said that you cannot change the constitution at all. That is procedure established by law, because according to the constitutional provisions they are giving. But basic structure doctrine was established in Kesavananda Bharati case. It is an example of due process of law.
Okay. So it is. So it will be fluctuating depending upon the situation, procedure established by law as well as due process of law. Okay. So it is dynamic. Can we take it in that sense? Okay, sir. And one more general doubt, sir. There is a movie called Tadam. I don't know if you have watched or not. In that, there will be twins, and all the evidences will be the same because their DNA. Yeah, that is in reality it is possible, sir. Whether there will be no convict for an offense.
Yeah, very bit of doubt. There is a statement, no, beyond reasonable doubt. I watched that film. Beyond reasonable doubt means if you are not able to conclude this person only is the wrong person, okay, and there is a doubt that that person also may have done the mistake, then person might be released.
Cases can end like that also.
Yeah, but there is one problem in that film that scientifically even twins will have different DNA, different biometric records. The fingerprints will differ, their hair will differ, everything will differ. Now it was exaggerated telling that everything is same. Okay, that is rarity. See, some kind of change will be there because at least the time of formation of the zygote, the embryo, that determines your DNA formation. So it is impossible to have exactly identical biometric things.
No, sir. Actually, I did some googling, and after that, I found out for in case of identical twins, I guess DNA will be the same, but fingerprint will be unique. And in that movie, she'll be failing to collect that fingerprint, so they escape like that. They will going to exact.
Maybe but my friend is a doctor. We have discussed this. They said even the DNA will be there. Okay. There will be slight mutation will be there, no, based on the time they are born. I'm not an expert in that field, but this is what I was looking.
Okay. No, they have given some special case, so I was okay. So I'll check anyway. Okay.
Also, but anyway, but legally, this case, whatever they've shown in the cinema is correct. When there is a doubt that other person might also have done the crime, they have no other go. They have to release the person.
Okay, sir.
Good that you're applying. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Kishore.
Sir, few notes, sir. So currently, all the laws are subjected to the judicial review, no, in India.
Yes,
as you said earlier.
Everything is subjected to judicial review.
Okay, sir. In case of the positive liberty, the personal liberty is nothing but a non-imprisonment or a death penalty and all personal liberty. In case of a positive liberty, what are the points I need to add?
I'm asking you.
Okay, sir. I will.
Wait.
I will come again.
When you speak, no, I'm giving a suggestion. In interview and all, if you speak like this, they will not give you mark. You have to put the words in order, and also you have to communicate it that way people can understand. You are very fast.
Okay.
Please make a correction. No? So now slowly.
Sure, sir. Okay, sir. My doubt is the personal liberty is nothing but a non-imprisonment or detention or death penalty. Like that should not be happening, right? But in case of a positive liberty, what are the points to be additionally added with respect to the personal liberty?
Personal liberty is simply non-imprisonment. In case of positive liberty, right to life with dignity. We are going to see that actually. Okay, those slides are coming later. Okay, we have just seen the introduction to Article 21. We're talking about right to life is right to life with dignity, right against handcuffing, right against solitary imprisonment, right for emergency medical treatment, right to education, right to information. Okay, so there are many rights that is coming.
As you said, right to sleep also.
Yeah.
As I said, like the right to sleep also comes in the first. Okay, sir. And one more question. As I said, the Article 19 and Article 21, both are the core fundamental rights. I understand the Article 21 carries a lot of weightage, but in case of the Article 21, it considers the right to occupation. Am I right, sir?
Article 19, not only occupation, Article 19 also talks about freedom of speech and expression, association, assembly, freedom of movement and residence.
Okay, sir. So you mean to say, okay. Thank you. Okay, sir. Okay, so all together. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. there any other question? Okay, thank you, Manisha. Yes, monozygotic twins and dizygotic. Dizygotic twins means they'll have different DNA. Monozygotic twins means they will have the same DNA. You're right. I'll check. No, I'll do the further research. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend. Sleep well, watch movies, be happy, study well. God bless you all.